How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. Can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because
Yeah.
I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because
So they tolerate her?
Oh no, not anymore. She no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We do not watch Democrats, liberals, or progressives on Socialism Saturday because, of course, if you are smart enough to watch my channel, you know that Democrats, liberals, and progressives are not socialists and communists. They are a completely different thing. On Socialism Saturday, we watch the people who are pushing literally every crazy idea in the world today. If you want to know who's doing critical critical race theory, anti-racist education in schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's transing your kids, queering your kids, doing drag queen story hour, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing climate change activism, pro-Palestine activism, pro-Iran activism, anti-ICE activism, like no borders activism, abolish the police activism, literally, it is always and forever the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. No. We already have a retard in the chat. How is it possible? We just started the fucking stream. How is it possible we already have a retard in the chat? Excuse me, Democrats and liberals LARP as socialists. Tell me you've never watched real socialism without telling me. Tell me you are fed a constant diet of conservative clickbait and bullshit without telling me. Tell me you are completely unhinged from what is actually going on in the real world without telling me. If you think that Democrats and liberals and progressives are LARPing as socialists and communists, you have been profoundly misinformed by the people that you trusted to inform you. And you probably should, if we're being honest about it. This might be a time for you. Actually, you know what, worker? I've got an instructional video just for you. I need you to pay close attention, okay?
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
When you are new to Socialism Saturday, I promise you, the very best thing you can do is shut the fuck up and listen, because when you are new to Socialism Saturday, you have no fucking clue how much you do not know. You have no clue how much you have been lied to and misinformed by conservative media. And the very, very best thing for you to do, and this is true not only for you, but of all the new people on Socialism Saturday, is to sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen. And if you have a relevant question, you may ask the question, but making statements as though you know what you're talking about. Oh no, child. No. Go over to the corner, sit down, try not to break anything. We will show you all the shit that you were never shown before. Don't worry about it. SS Kennedy says no sunglasses. Oh wait, I have a sunglasses surprise for you guys. I have a sunglasses surprise before we get the stream started. We're gonna get there in a second. We'll get there in a second. Yup, Aries season is starting out with a bang. I just really want to make sure everyone knows something. Hang on. We have to do an important announcement. We have to do an important announcement. Aries season has begun. Hey, thanks so much, Chicken Patty. Woo, let's go Socialism Saturday. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 1 month. Guys, see, thank you. Wait, hang on. Thank you. That is the correct and appropriate response. Can we all get a round of W's for working Ray? Actually, that's probably the most appropriate response I've ever gotten to a good dressing down. It's actually doctor, if we're being specific. I'm sorry, Dr. Borysenko. I will take my place in the corner. Thank you. If you have a question, ask the question. Don't make statements. Just listen, ask questions. That's how we learn. We're in a classroom. That's how we do it. W's, bro. W's for understanding. We started with a low IQ response, and now we've gone to a high IQ response. And you know what? It doesn't happen often, but that one hits you right in the field. Yep, that's a teachable person. That is a teachable person. All right, back to me. Guys, I have a very important announcement to make. It is finally, at long last, Aries season. What does that mean? You say, Karlyn. What does it mean that that it's Aries season? Well, this is an Aries ram that I had commissioned. This is a painting that I am the only person in the world with this painting, and that's fucking right, because that's an awesome ass Aries painting. I had this painting commissioned because I'm an Aries. I have Aries all over my fucking chart. I'm an Aries sun, Leo moon, Libra rising. I have Pluto in my first house. I have Aries everywhere in my fucking chart. This is my season. And what that means is once we enter into Aries season, it is my month of narcissism. And listen, you might not like it. You might say, Karlyn, you're getting a little bit full of yourself. Yep. Yep. Because this is my time. This is my time. And anyone who is an Aries in the chat knows exactly what I'm fucking talking about. And you guys can do it too, okay? I have to wait all year for this moment. Aries, well, technically I'm the ram. The Capricorn is the goat, Kurt. Technically, I am the ram. Exactly. Can we all agree that's a little bit more fitting for me? Can we all agree? Someday I want to get this tattooed on this arm. Like, I've got a whole plan for this. Anyway, it is my month of narcissism, and that means I'm going to be extra insufferable this month. And there really ain't shit you guys can do about it. We are starting off. This is basically, you guys think the start of the year is in January? No, the start of the year is right fucking now. Aries is the number one sign of the zodiac. I don't give a fuck what the calendar says. Aries is the number one sign of the zodiac. Aries is first. That's why Aries is always first in the horoscope in the newspaper. And this is actually the start of the year. We had it's like having a false spring. We had a false start. We had a lot of fucking anti-ice bullshit going on. There was some other bullshit going on. We have now reached the official beginning of the year, which is centered around me. And that's the way it's going to be. And if people don't like it, you know what? That's just the way it goes. But welcome to Aries season. Expect me to be narcissistic. Expect me to be full of myself. Expect me to be all of the things, because I will be all of the things. And you know what? Listen, I'm here on this earth to play a very important role, and that role is shit starter, fire starter, maybe a better way to say it. And that is what I'm doing here. So welcome in. Yeah, Leo is royalty. That's true. Leo is royalty, but Aries is number one. Aries is number one. And speaking of me, can we I have an audacious goal to hit today, guys. I have an audacious channel membership goal. Because to celebrate the start of Aries season, can we bring in today 200 new members of the channel? I understand this is an audacious goal. I understand we're not doing protest coverage right now, and people tend to patronize my content a lot less when there's not protest coverage, which is fine. But can we hit this audacious goal today? Because the thing of it is today on Socialism Saturday, I'm going to show you content around indoctrinating and radicalizing kids in school that the teachers unions are doing. I'm going to show you a piece of content that literally no one else is going to show you. You are only going to see this here tonight on Socialism Saturday, unless we make it go viral on the internet. I promise you. W's to deets in the chat. Already gifting the first channel membership. Guys, as a reminder, when you gift channel memberships out to the community, you do get W's in the chat. We are on our way to our goal today. Guys, when people become a member of the channel, they get invited to Spy Stream. Spy Stream is when we go inside live leftist trainings and we watch them live. And I want to remind everyone that this is going to be a big Spy Stream week. Actually, one of the reasons I want to bring in 200 new channel members tonight is this is going to be a giant Spy Stream week, because next Saturday is the No Kings protest. Okay? Next Saturday is the No Kings protest. This is positioned to be the largest single day protest in American history. No one on the right is talking about it. No one on the right is saying, "Hey guys, guess what? There's going to be a giant left-wing protest next week." We are pretty much one of the only communities actually talking about this. So we'll see how that goes for them. Hey, Mike, thanks so much for gifting a channel membership out to the community. Really do appreciate it. Rumble, I also want to remind you guys can also give channel memberships. I can see over there as well, and those will count towards our goal. So the No Kings protest is coming up on Saturday, next Saturday. And so no. See, you okay, worker, hang on.
If you take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
Okay. No doing this bullshit in the chat. No. The No Kings protest is a very specific type of leftist protest, and it is not on July 4th every year, so no owning the libs, bro. No. W's to SS Kennedy on Rumble, gifting a channel membership over there. Welcome to Axehead, purchasing a channel membership. That counts too, bro. Welcome to the cult. We really appreciate you being part of the channel, and just like that, we're up to 4C. We're already making our way. Already making our way. There we go. Now, guys, we have a big week ahead of us. There's going to be a whole bunch of No Kings planning calls coming up that we are going to spy stream this week. There's going to be there's a fuck ton of shit for spy stream this week. You guys are going to be spy streamed out by the end of the week. And that's too bad because we are also this week going to be doing something super, super fun. Volunteers in this community throughout the country are preparing to go to the No Kings protest so that we can collect on the ground intel live and in person. No, I will not be streaming it live because I will be at a No Kings event. Just like everyone, I will not be streaming the No Kings protest next week, guys, because I will be at a No Kings protest. Everyone should be at a No Kings protest because although the No Kings events are progressive events, there will be far left people there. And I'm mobilizing an army of volunteers all over the country to actually go to these things in person and find out what's really going on. We may watch the coverage later in the day, but we will not be streaming live during the day because I'm actually going to be there. Vilkery, W's in the chat for Vilkery. Thank you so much for donating a channel membership. Guys, so what we are doing is basically I want to know what is actually going on the ground at No Kings protests all over the country next week. What I want to know is, so obviously we can go on to any No Kings event website and find out what groups are organizing and stuff like that. What I am mostly interested in is what far left groups are showing up to attach themselves to the No Kings events, because that is how they are recruiting and radicalizing more people to their cause. So again, for people who don't understand, the No Kings protest is organized by a progressive group. It is a progressive protest. Most of the people going to the No Kings protest are Democrats and liberals and do-gooder progressives, and they're probably anti-war because Trump really fucked that one up. And they're probably anti-ICE because most people on the left now and many people on the right are now anti-ICE, including Trump himself. And so like they don't like these things that are going on. However, what happens with a lot of these big protests, because the No Kings protest is supposed to be the largest single day protest in American history, what is going on is there are many far left groups that will attach themselves to the protest. They'll show up, they'll hand out flyers, they'll hand out pamphlets, they'll have events that are kind of like around the same time in the same place to try to get people to go from the No Kings protest to their more far left event, because they view this as an opportunity to find people that they can pull away from the Democrats, the liberals, and progressives and radicalize to the true far left. Hans, in with 10 gifted channel memberships. W's, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the 10 new members of the channel. Look, already up to 15, guys. It would be awesome if we could hit 100 channel memberships before I even get started with class. That would actually be fucking rad. Can we just bang out 100 channel memberships at the very start of the stream and then we pick up the rest as we go? Another 5 from Hans. W's, bro. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much. All the way up to 20. All the way up to 20. If 8 more people gave 5 channel memberships each, that would, wait, is that right? No, that's only 4 anymore. Someone else do the math. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the math is. If like maybe 16, if 16 more people gave like 5 channel memberships each, we'd already be at 100, and that would be rad. Anyway, so next week, what we are doing is, in order to find out what far left groups are on the ground, we are organizing a team of volunteers all over the country to go and actually attend the No Kings event. And the purpose of attending the No Kings event is not to disrupt, is not to start a fight with a leftist, not to do any of those things. Brown Barber, channel memberships, yo, W! Thank you so much. Awesome. Welcome to 10 new members of the channel. Already up to 30, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. In order to facilitate this volunteer army tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be holding a free... As I knock over everything on my desk with my secret surprise. Holy shit. I just had an avalanche on my desk. Don't worry about it. It was just a thing of gum that fell down, so don't worry about it. Anyway, in order to facilitate going undercover and creating an army of volunteers for this event, tomorrow at 5 p.m., I will be holding a live training in which I'm going to give you my tips and tricks from years of going undercover with the left. And one of the reasons we're doing this at the No Kings protest is I'm a professional streamer on the internet for sure. The No Kings protest is a progressive protest where you are going to be safe, okay? One of the reasons I want people to get out there and to be dipping their toe in the water of going into leftist environments is that they are very different. If you have never been to a leftist protest, you've never been to a Democrat protest, you've never been to a far left event, you've never even been to like a bookstore or anything like that, it is an extremely different environment. And our purpose there, again, it's not to disrupt, it's not to cause problems. It is simply to observe what's happening, collect propaganda, collect materials that are being handed out at the event, take pictures. You might even take a quick video here and there. We want to blend in so that we can be like spies gathering intelligence. We do not want to stand out. We do not want to start fights with people. I don't want to see any fucking people going to try to create viral clips on social media because that's bullshit and most of that shit's not even real anyway. And so what we are doing is gathering a ton of intelligence from all over the country. What far leftist groups are showing up in No Kings? What materials are they handing out? What types of events are they trying to organize? What is their top priority in terms of like their messaging and things like that? What are they doing next? That is what we are trying to figure out. And there are going to be different answers to these questions all over the country. Or wouldn't it be interesting if like we had people all over the country and like everyone brought back the same fucking zines? And everyone said these are the zines that are being distributed at the No Kings protest. Wouldn't that be interesting if that happened? Then we really know that we know the source of this information. We know how it's being disseminated out. That'll give us a great idea of how the different far left cells all over the country are coordinating with each other. So tomorrow at 5 p.m., I'm going to put the link in the chat. Sign up for the No Kings training here. I'm holding a free event where I'm going to give you all the tips and tricks I have to go undercover with the far left and to infiltrate what they're doing. This is a totally free training. When you sign up, you will have the opportunity to make a donation if you want to. You do not have to. It's totally fine. Just uncheck the box if you don't want to do it. That's just the way the system is set up. And so, but if you want to, that's cool. And I really do appreciate that as well. But what I'm going to do, guys, is I really want to prepare you and make you feel safe going to the No Kings event near you next weekend. Hopefully, I've got enough people around major cities. This is going to be a pretty major protest. So even if you live in a smaller area, like I really hope someone from North Carolina steps up. I really hope someone from South Carolina steps up. I hope we have people in DC. I hope we have people in Boston and New York. I hope we have people in Chicago. I hope we have people in Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, the Bay Area, definitely Seattle, Portland, I hope we have people in Phoenix, Arizona. I hope we have people in Austin, Texas, Dallas, Houston. I hope we have people all over the place going and observing and collecting propaganda. And so we can take all that information back and synthesize it so that we can actually have a map of the most active leftist groups that are coordinating around these types of events. It would be really fucking cool. And do you know what we're going to do with that information when we have it? We're going to make it public so that everyone has access to it. That is what we are doing here, guys. We are creating a database of information that will be made publicly available to everyone so that literally no one has any excuse about not understanding the map of the modern activist left. I will talk about this on the training tomorrow. So I think that you should go to whichever one you want. And honestly, like we will be coordinating about who is where in the country. I'm going to be doing that in a way where we're protecting people's identities and things like that. And so I'll talk more about that on the training tomorrow. It's a great question. But I want to save that for tomorrow. So guys, make sure you're signed up. Again, this is totally free. This is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern time when very few people have to work. So I don't want to hear that I have to work as an excuse. But if you can't make it tomorrow at 5 p.m., sign up anyway. You'll be sent the recording when it's done. Didn't No Kings just come and go? Nope. Seems like you need to stop listening to whoever you've been listening to, because you've been lied to if you think no kings just came and went. Nope, that actually didn't happen. That's a figment of your fucking imagination. Anyway, so that's what's going on there. That's what's going on there. Now tonight, you're welcome. You're welcome. The Chicago Teachers Union Strategy Out Loud live event from 1 day ago. This video has been online less than 1 day. We're called upon to do a live show at the Chicago Teachers Union Delegate Conference. With May right around the corner, we facilitated a conversation around getting the youth involved into politics and strategizing for May Day 2026. This is the Chicago Teachers Union, which is one of the largest teachers unions in the country, doing a public presentation at their own conference in which they are openly strategizing around what will inevitably be one of the biggest far left protests in all of 2026, and that is going to be May Day, May 1st, 2026. It is always a national leftist day of action. The left has already been planning for May Day for months. They are going to try to do a general strike on May Day, which is to say they are going to try to shut down the economy. This is just a practice general strike for what they actually want to do in 2028. Okay, so 2028 is the big May Day strike where they really want to shut everything down. Between now and May Day 2028, what we're going to see is we're going to see a lot of practice strikes. So conservatives will say, they just did this 1 day and it didn't do anything, and haha, they're stupid. That's going to be the conservative reaction to this, because that's always the fucking conservative reaction to this. What is actually going on is the left is learning how to do this. The left is just building upon every single effort. Every time they have a general strike, every time they have a protest, they're getting better at working with each other across all the decentralized cells that they have, across all the different unions that they have, because the unions are controlled by the far left. I don't know how the far left doesn't have jobs if they control all the fucking unions, but here we are. They are getting better at working together so that they are just going to continue to build and escalate the effectiveness and the longevity of these mass strikes. May Day 2026 is not the final goal. May Day 2028 is the final goal. That is what they have been planning for years, to shut down the entire economy. Okay? And so no.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
I'm gonna have to play this video a lot tonight, aren't I? This is gonna be a video type of night. I can already feel it. Anyway, so tonight on Socialism Saturday, we are gonna be watching this discussion, and we are going to learn exactly what the Chicago Teachers Union has planned. And I've got some other stuff I want to show you guys too. But can I take a point of personal privilege before we get started? One in the chat, if I can take a point of personal privilege. We're going to do something fun. You guys want to do something fun? You guys want to know what I just used to knock over half of the shit on my desk? Do you guys want to know? Okay. We're doing something fun. This is, again, in honor of Aries season starting. In honor of Aries season. Okay. So here's what happened. You guys know the person that I get all the really cool sunglasses from, that's a company called Vintage Frames. They sell their sunglasses on Whatnot, but they also sell them other places too. And he's got stores and all this stuff. So you can buy them on Whatnot or whatever. And you can get really good prices on these sunglasses, which is why I have so many fucking pairs of sunglasses. Anyway, to celebrate getting 10,000 followers on Whatnot, last weekend, Vintage Frames, that's their logo, they did a special episode where they put together 100 mystery boxes. These mystery boxes, you pay like a flat price for them. These mystery boxes have sunglasses in them that are valued anywhere from $500 to $2,500, allegedly what they sell them for. These mystery boxes have different brands in them. Like it could be a Vintage Frames one, which I actually like Vintage Frame sunglasses, so that's cool. It could be a Buffalo Horn sunglasses, which is a more higher end one. It could be Fendi, it could be Chanel, it could be Dior, it could even be Jean-Paul Gaultier. Everyone needs to cross their fingers for Jean-Paul Gaultier because that would be fucking awesome. So these were 100 mystery boxes of sunglasses, and I have no idea what's in them. And I have 1, 2, 3. I bought 3 mystery boxes. Okay, I bought 3. And I saved them to do an unboxing with you guys so that we could all experience the sunglasses together. Well, no, bro. No, that is actually the point of Whatnot. That is actually the point of Whatnot, is I actually pay significantly less than what I should be paying. That is the entire fucking premise behind Whatnot, is paying less. Do you know I got a pair of Fabergé fucking glasses for $200? Do you know how fucking ridiculous that is? Please. Anyway, so what happened is he was selling these mystery boxes, and I was only going to buy one. I was only going to do one. And so I did one because, I wanted to, I like the idea of this. It's a fun little surprise. And then on the mystery box show, so usually the sunglasses show is hosted by this guy named Corey, who's the owner of Vintage Frames, and he knows all this shit about sunglasses, and he knows all the history of like frames and stuff. He's collected millions of frames from all over the world. He knows the history and the lineage, and it's actually really fascinating to listen to him because it's all just like a cultural thing. He's got all these like old frames from like the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and stuff like that, and it's actually really, really cool, and that's actually why I watch him. So Corey is usually the host of Vintage Frames. On this particular show, Corey was hosting it in his store, and a bunch of customers came into the store, and he got very excited, and he went to help the customers. And so the rest of the mystery box show was hosted by a really annoying young girl, and I think a Jewish woman who was whining about why we weren't buying sunglasses on camera. And listen, I'm sure they're both lovely women. I'm sure they are both lovely women. I really am. I am sure that both the annoying young girl and the woman who was whining about us not buying sunglasses, I'm sure they're very nice. But they almost ruined the entire mystery box show, because as soon as Corey left to go help the customers and these women were put in charge of the show, sales completely stopped, and this went on for like an hour. It went on an hour. Yeah, capitalism is fucking awesome. W's for capitalism. And then Corey came back, and he took over again, and he realized they weren't selling shit while he was gone. And so as soon as Corey came back to host the show to save us from the annoying women who were whining and complaining that we weren't buying anything, I bought another pair of sunglasses to reward him for coming back and to just subtly tell him, don't ever leave us again. Don't ever do that again. Don't let the women, I'm sure they're very nice women. I'm sure they're very helpful, and they do things for him behind the scenes and all this stuff. Don't ever let them near hosting the show again. I almost lost my mind listening to them for an hour, and that is why you didn't sell any sunglasses when you let them host, because it was painful. Corey, it was painful. And I say that with all due respect and love and consideration. And then Corey got really excited he's like, what the fuck, guys? Like, I'm super excited about these sunglasses. He got really excited. And so when he got really excited about the sunglasses, I bought a third pair, and he said, Karlyn, which one on the stack do you want? And I said, Corey, give me the box to the furthest right. So that is how I have 3 pairs of mystery box sunglasses, and we're gonna unbox them right now, and then we're gonna do socialism for the rest of the day. And these sunglasses don't just come in a normal case. They actually come. This is part of why I bought them. Check this out. All 3 mystery pairs come in a croc embossed, insane fucking sunglass case. I have no idea what I'm getting. We're getting a triple unboxing of sunglasses, and then we'll do socialism. And if you don't like it, just come back in 10 minutes. Why is my camera fuzzy? Camera's not focusing. Focus! There we go. Okay. Okay. Sunglasses number 1. Sunglasses number 1. What did I get? What did I get? Oh shit! Oh shit! What are these? All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I look like an 80s robot. I look like I should be in an 80s music video. Holy shit. I don't know about these. These are crazy. You know what? I love it. I love being pushed outside my comfort zone like this with sunglasses. What do you guys think? On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you guys think of the first pair of sunglasses? They're very futuristic looking. I don't know who this is, but they're very, very cool. Are these the ones that Kim Kardashian has? I think these are like the Kim Kardashian sunglasses. They're like the Kim Kardashian ones. I don't even I feel like I'm in the 80s. Randy Savage. Okay. All right, sunglass stuff. It's a really nice frame too. It's like a metal frame. Polarized lenses. All right, sunglass W. First sunglass W of the day. Yeah, if I don't like them, I'll give them to Victor, or I'll sell them on the internet, whichever. Like who cares? Who cares? Those are cool. Okay, sunglass Victory number 1. That's really good. Let's put this box down. Okay. That's cool. See, I never would have bought those. If you had shown me those in real life, I'd be like, never would have bought. See, this is why we do Whatnot. We get pushed outside our comfort zone. We get to try new things. Hang on. Sunglasses 2. Okay, let's see. I should give those to bot. They are very bot-like sunglasses. That's actually not a bad idea. Maybe I will do that. Okay, number 2. Everyone cross their fingers that they don't suck. Oh, this one comes in. Oh, look, I got a case on this one. I didn't get a case on the other one. I don't think they fit in a case on the other one, but I got a case on this one. Let's see. That's a sick case, actually. What's this? Oh, this is a vintage frame. It's got Python. You guys know how I feel about Python. Wait a second. Are these aren't oh man, these are just like normal glasses. I can probably swap these. I can probably make these prescription. Yo, I can just make these prescription. Yo, actually, that's fucking cool. Actually, that's actually fucking cool because I can just get my own prescription put in this. And then I have Python glasses. I can actually see. I've been needing a new pair of glasses. I'm not going to lie. I've been needing a new pair of glasses. And so I can just get my prescription put in these glasses. I can probably even send these back to them and have them put my prescription in these glasses. That's fucking sick. Actually, do you guys like them? I do like them. I like that it's like frameless, except for like this little bit right here. I love the Python. I fucking love the Python. You guys know how I feel about Python. Okay. Another vintage frames W. Okay. All right. That's definitely a W. I'm going to get my prescription put in those. It's going to be great. I haven't even worn my regular prescription glasses in so long. It's crazy. Okay. One more, guys. One more. I need everyone to cross their fingers for Jean-Paul Gaultier, okay? I need everyone to cross their fingers. Let's see what we got. Last pair. And then we will do socialism, and everyone can relax, okay? I know you people like, Karlyn, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, this is my show, okay? It's my show. I'll do what I want. All right, last pair also comes with a vintage frames case. These cases are rad. Let's see. What did I get? Ooh, these look, they look rose gold. I like rose gold. What's this one? Yo, I love it. It's another vintage frames one, and they're rose gold, and I love rose gold, actually. Rose gold is like my, yo, I love it. W, massive W. Massive vintage frames W. This might be my favorite. I think this is my favorite because it's like light. I feel like I can wear this on stream. I love the rose gold though. I love the rose gold. W vintage frames. Vintage frames is the best. Vintage frames is the best. Best sunglasses on all of Whatnot. And that's just the way it goes. We're gonna wear these tonight. We're going to wear these exactly and explicitly. W mystery box, no Jean-Paul Gaultier, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? This was meant to be, though. I'm really psyched about those ones I can make prescription, though, honestly. Yeah. I'm really excited about those Python ones. All right. We are now getting into it, guys. We're now getting into it. Okay, now time to be serious. No more tomfoolery and fucking around. Time to be serious now. Hey, can we get a little bit more serious about the channel membership goal? Just saying, we got a long way to go. I'm going to keep complaining until we get there. All right. Welcome to the official start of Socialism Saturday. Now that I've done the sunglass unboxing that I know no one was expecting and no one was really hoping for, we are going to get into our Socialism Saturday. We are going to be watching a presentation tonight from the Chicago Teachers Union talking about all the ways that they are indoctrinating your little darlings into far-left activism via the May Day protest, which is going to be on May 1st, 2026, which is a Friday, in which the left is going to do a national mass day of action to try to shut down the economy. And that is what we're going to be watching tonight, guys. And we got a full thing here. We also have, if we need to keep going, because you guys haven't met the channel membership goal yet, we have the entire Chicago Teachers Union YouTube channel here, including a video they just uploaded 12 days ago. Why this moment depends. Actually, should we just watch this one first? We might just watch this one first. We might just do this first, because this is with the vice president of the Chicago This was 12 days ago. Chicago Teachers Union Jackson Potter opens up day 2 of Building Power for May Day 2026 training. So that actually seems like something that we actually probably should watch even before we get into the main show. And that's pretty rad. Before we even get into that, though, I just want to show you guys this real quick. We also might watch this later, depending on how this goes. There was a march in Washington, D.C. today. There was a protest in Washington, D.C. against Palantir and the surveillance state. And I just want to play you guys just a little bit of this protest, which was covered by Status Quo News. I just want to know if you guys noticed something about this protest. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to listen?
Act up! Fight! Act up! Fight back! Fight AIDS! Act up! Fight back! Fight AIDS! Act up! Fight back! Fight AIDS! All right!
What organization was organizing that protest today? What organization was organizing the anti-Palantir protest in New York City? That's ACT UP. Where do we know the ACT UP movement, you ask? Karlyn, why is this important? Why is the ACT UP movement important? Because the ACT UP movement started in the 1980s as basically a protest movement to try to get universal health care, to do activism in the face of the Reagan at first, and then became Bush after that, the administrations, to get them to talk about AIDS. But really what it was the first major militant queer activist movement in America that was actually sustaining over the long haul. This is the movement, the ACT UP movement, which was ACT UP was created in the 80s to do this AIDS activism thing. That's why you hear them say ACT UP, fight back, fight AIDS. AIDS is not an issue today. So why are they still using it? Because it is a far left organization that developed during the 80s, and AIDS was their initial issue, but they didn't stop being an organization. They didn't stop doing activism, because their real goal is to overthrow capitalist society, and by undermining the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. That is the real goal here. Thank you, Lisa, for the membership. I really appreciate that. I will donate that super chat to the channel membership goal. Guys, as a reminder, if you can't figure out how to give channel memberships because you're watching on an iPhone or something, you can send in a super chat. It's $5 per channel membership. And if you ask me to dedicate that to a channel member goal, then I will. I do prefer when people give out the channel memberships, because they do help everyone on the stream to give them access to Spy Stream and stuff like that. But if you can't figure out how to do it, or your phone isn't letting you do it or something, just send in a super chat and I will totally count it towards the goal. And I really do appreciate it. I just wanted to show people that the ACT UP movement is still very much alive and well. We've covered them on the channel many, many times. And actually,
Just
if you even watch like some of the speakers with the t-shirts, look, that's an original Act Up t-shirt right there. The Reagan t-shirt, that is an original Act Up t-shirt from the 80s. Shut in with the 5 channel memberships. W's, bro. Yeah, let's do a channel membership run. Can we get to 100 channel memberships before we even start the stream? Can we make this stream a reality? Because, guys, I promise you, I'll be so much nicer if we just hit our member goals. I'll be so much. The sunglasses, I appreciate it, KK. Thank you so much. You rock. Yup, look at the pink triangles. With a housing sign. Not an anti-AIDS thing, a housing thing, because this is all about capitalism. It's always about capitalism. But even we have this person here. Look, an original Silence Equals Death t-shirt with the original pink triangle. Malcolm in with the 10. Thank you, Malcolm. W's in the chat for Malcolm. Guys, we're almost 25% of the way to the goal. How awesome. How awesome. How awesome. Welcome to all the new channel members. Getting set up for a week of spy streams, bringing 200 new people into the channel today. So I just want people to be aware that this protest happened today. I was thinking about watching it today on the stream, but we're gonna do this Chicago Teachers Union thing instead. And so I just want people to be aware this happened. We may watch this later. We may watch this another time just to get caught up on what happened. I would actually like to hear the speakers, but I think personally that the Chicago Teachers Union thing is going to be much more interesting for us. So that is why we are watching this one for Socialism Saturday. That is what we are doing today on the show, guys. And before we get started, I do want to just play the rules video very, very quickly. For people who are new to Socialism Saturday, I need you to pay close attention to the rules for the classroom that you have walked into today. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not gonna coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop. because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, who's ready for Socialism Saturday? One's in the chat if you're ready for Socialism Saturday to begin. As a reminder, guys, this is a class. You are in an open air classroom right now. I am the teacher in the class. You are the students in the class. We need to respect the hierarchy and maintain that. If you have questions at any point throughout this stream, you want to know what a certain word means, you want to know why they're doing what they're doing, you are always encouraged to ask the question. But if you ask that question in a tone or in a phrasing that makes me believe that you're trying to own the libs and say that they're being hypocrites for blah, 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 blah. If you're doing some conservative bullshit obfuscation where you're not asking a genuine question, you're trying to own the libs, I'm going to call you out on it, and I'm not going to answer your fucking question, okay? All good faith questions are welcome. All questions that are asked to satisfy your feelings by owning the libs are not welcome. And that is the way we do it on Socialism Saturday. We are trying to hand out 200 new channel memberships today so that more people can come to Spy Stream tomorrow. If you appreciate the fact that I'm holding a class on the internet live on a Saturday evening when I could be doing something else, you probably could be too, to be honest, please feel free to send in a channel membership. That is one of the best ways you can fund the work I'm doing. You can also send in a super chat. You can subscribe to my Substack, all that good stuff. But channel membership is really what I want to promote because it brings more people into the community, gives more people access to Spy Stream, and it's a nice thing to do. We can all help and support each other. It's rad. All right, guys, we are digging into our Socialism Saturday for today, the CTU Out Loud live event, and we're going to hear how the Chicago Teachers Unions plan to mobilize for the May 1st general strike.
Yeah. But you have to have it because it's a hard conversation we have to have when these people end up dead. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Every single time we're sitting and we have to have the same conversation. So at a certain point, I think it's the definition of insanity to not pull back and say, okay, what led us to this point? Yeah. If it happens to be fascist policy, if it happens to be neoliberal policy, if it happens to be socialist policy, and we call it that and point out the flaws in that.
Hang on, we have a question. Would I prefer a monetary super chat over channel membership for your birthday? Either is fine for my birthday. Either is fine. Either is fine. Either is fine. Both result in money for me, which is cool. I think probably I would prefer the channel membership just because if you're going to donate anyway, you might as well give out a channel membership to help someone else is kind of like how I feel about it. There are a lot of people on the channel who can't afford a membership because, you know, I mean, times are tight for some people. And so if you can afford to donate, I think it's nice if you can hook someone up with a channel membership. Sometimes people get the memberships that we don't want to get them, but that's just the way it goes. It's all kind of luck of the draw sort of thing. But I think it's a nice thing to do, and I don't mind sharing. Yeah, also you can also send Cash App or Venmo. I don't have it on this screen, but you can also do that if you prefer to do that. Yo, Donnie Girl in with the 5 channel memberships. W's Donnie Girl. Look at that, guys. Look at that. We are already 25% of the way to our goal for channel memberships. Boom. Didn't quite get to the 100 I wanted, but 50 is a pretty good start. Let's continue.
Figure out where we can do better as a group. But I don't think that we should get scared by terms, because if we get scared by terms, then when it actually rubber meets the road, you're going to be scared there as well. Yeah. Yep. Those
We all know that movements do not get built in boardrooms, they don't get built in press conferences, but they're built through conversations, real conversations, conversations that challenge us, conversations that makes us think differently, open up our understanding, and being able to see other people in our conversation. So we have some guests here today that created a podcast that centers politics, culture, community.
Hang on. What the fuck am I doing? We were going to watch this first. What the fuck I've already lost control of my own classroom. We were going to watch this before we got into the presentation. This is about a 14-minute video. I think this is going to be a better, okay, pause. Back up the car. My bad. I can admit when I make a mistake. What I want to do before we get into the actual presentation is I want to watch this 14-minute clip of Jackson Potter. Jackson Potter is the vice president of the Chicago Teachers Union. Jackson Potter has been caught saying the quiet part out loud on like more than one occasion. And so I want to, yeah, I'm a professional streamer on the internet. Yeah, it's true. I'm a professional streamer on the internet. I want to watch this 14-minute clip before we get started. I too make mistakes. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, I admit it.
Who here remembers that 2012 strike or participated in it? Or maybe you were a student and you marched with us, right? Like I've had that happen more and more lately. It was a lonely place before we showed out, before the city kind of fell in love with us and realized that we were on the righteous side of the equation and that Rahm Emanuel and his neoliberal goons were trying to destroy the common good. So that was like a crossroads.
No. Let's be really fucking clear. When Seven Lilies says we're here to learn about the left, not push BS conservative talking points, he is exactly fucking correct. And that comes from me. You're on my fucking channel. I don't know who the fuck you are or how you ended up with a gifted channel membership, but on my fucking channel, I am the queen fascist bitch. You bend the knee to me and what I want, and if you don't like it, you can get the fuck out, or we will deport you if you cause problems and disrupt our chat. There is a hierarchy here, and you are on the fucking bottom, and I'll tell you what, Seven Lilies has been around the channel a lot longer than you, so he absolutely has status over you. Sit down, shut the fuck up, don't break anything.
I am named after Jesse Jackson, so I take his passing, heavy. But I also, take great pride in that. And one of the things I was looking at this morning is our brother Brandon Johnson gave a riveting speech at his funeral yesterday. And I really want to encourage, and maybe we'll throw it up on the screen at lunch. But I want to encourage you to watch it, because what he does is he talks about the Edmund Pettus Bridge, right? Bloody Selma in '65. And Jesse was there with Martin Luther King. That was right before King came to Chicago, by the way. So what he describes is when you start at the bridge, you know what you're going to face. This phalanx of soldiers, this paramilitary violence, this, refusal to recognize your humanity and worth. But on the other side of the bridge, you're going to find that you have reached the heights of our capability of recognizing one another, human rights, equity, and justice. And Brandon weaves that in really perfectly. And it's important because Jesse was with us when nobody else would stand. You may remember that Karen went to the Board of Education and was sort of lambasted in the press, similar to the ways in which Stacey is caricatured, in which she is trolled, in which MAGA forces try to even if you see Chicago Flips Red, they're trying to kind of steal her identity. They have this beautiful black woman that dresses up like Stacey. It's very wicked the ways in which they appropriate while giving a message that's anything but our vision and values. So Jesse stood with Karen at the Board of Ed. This was before we went on strike, when Rahm Emanuel had 70% approval rating, is coming out of Obama's White House with a head of steam and all this support because he's the first black president. He's a native son. All of the things that made Chicagoans love him was sort of automatically transferred to Rahm, even though he didn't deserve any of it. And it took a while for people to see that and understand it. And we were the catalyst for that.
He's talking about Stacey Davis Gates, who is the president of the Chicago Teachers Union.
Don't make any mistakes about it. Martin Luther King was one of the least popular people in America before he died, right? Karen was being lampooned before she was being celebrated. So she was at the Board of Ed with Jesse, and they both said, this is a system predicated on, quote, educational apartheid, end of quote. Do you know how many calls I got as the chief of staff from white members saying that makes me feel uncomfortable? And I would go to those school visits and we'd have the conversation. And it would transform people little by little, just like that start of the bridge. And then once you get over the bridge, it's different. You've transformed reality, you've improved conditions, you've made things possible that were seemingly impossible. That's what we did, right? But it wasn't without struggle, right? Like, think of 2012. We went through that strike. It was this incredible outpouring. It changed consciousness. People who had before not even known of themselves as union members were wearing red every day thereafter. And that was a badge of pride. It really shifted things in the city too. But people forget what happened right afterwards. It was the greatest number of school closings in American history in 2013. It was retaliation. It was retribution, right? These things are not linear. When King said,
I want to make sure people understand this, because if you're new to this, you might not understand this. The Chicago Teachers Union is one of the primary organizations pushing the protests in Chicago. Every single time you see a major protest in Chicago, the Chicago Teachers Union is at the center of it. They literally walk out of school in order to go protest. They use the schools as their recruiting grounds to get kids to come out and protest with them, okay? And this is probably one of the most powerful local teachers unions in the country. It's also one of the most leftist teachers unions in the country, because both the president and the vice president of the Chicago Teachers Union are revolutionary socialists who have openly called for the violent overthrow of the government. But they don't have jobs, right, conservatives? But surely they don't have jobs.
we are bending history back to the arc of justice. He is saying that that arc is not a straight line. It takes time, struggle.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do we have to do it? What? Okay. One in the chat if we're deporting the retard that obviously wandered in off the street and unfortunately got gifted a channel membership. 2 in the chat if the retard can stay. This is a community decision. We make this decision together. 1 in the chat if we are deporting the retard from the channel because he's not smart enough to be here. 2 in the chat if you think he should be able to stay. Yep. Deport. Very sorry, bro. Very sorry. We gave you a chance. Not smart enough to be here. Go away. Goodbye. Permanently banned.
Get there. So, we have set the stage, just like that 2012 strike, and then we had to go through the school closings. We are now at a point where there's a moratorium on school closings, where there's a moratorium on charter expansion and privatization. For the first time in the history of Chicago public schools, we are reabsorbing students back into the system from these failed charter operators. And it's because of our union siblings in those buildings that unionized and forced them to have accountability to parents and families. So we're putting Humpty Dumpty back together again, right? We, started the bridge without social workers and nurses in every school. Now we got them. We started the bridge where communities that had the greatest cumulative impacts in Black and brown neighborhoods had the greatest level of pollution and neglect. And now we're putting solar panels. Where's Jaimu from Carver? We're putting solar panels on his school, right? Where's our delegate from Pershing Elementary? Raise your hand. Where are you at? You had your she must have just stepped out, but we're putting solar panels on her school.
Thank you.
We're getting 50 electric school buses that are being built right now as we speak that will be used for your field trips, serviced by union employees and union mechanics.
Yo, we're having a channel membership run. W7 Lilies. Channel memberships. Thank you. W's. Thank you, guys. Thank you all the way up to 61. Maybe we can get, can we hit 100 channel memberships before we're done watching this video? We got 8 more minutes. Okay, guys, if 8 people send in 5 channel memberships in the next 8 minutes, we will already be past the 100 point, and that would be fucking awesome. I just need 8 people to get 5 channel memberships because you appreciate what I'm doing, showing you guys this content, breaking it down, all that stuff. Cynthia! W's! Cynthia with 10, Accent with 10, W's. Oh, yo, we might actually do it. We're already up to 81. Yo, we got Donnie Girl with another 5 W's to Donnie Girl. Appreciate that. Yo, we're up to 86, guys. We need 14 more. That's like 3 more people. 3 more people gifting 5. We got Mitchell in with a channel membership. W's to Mitchell. Almost there, guys. We need 3 more people to donate 5 channel memberships. Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? No? Okay, I'll come over to Twitter and ban you then. That's fine. You want to be a Debbie Downer? I have no problem coming over and banning you, bro. W. Burger in the chat with a gifted. Yo, old sub! We got Jenny over on Rumble 2 with a channel membership. Yo! I'm going to have to do fucking math. Old sub, man. Old sub in with the 20. So we got 2 more, and then we're already up to 109. 109 fucking channel members. You guys rock. You are the best. Lisa! I love it when you yell at people. Remember, oh man, Lisa Old Granny in with the 10. Thank you, Lisa Old Granny. W's to Lisa Old Granny. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, he was responding to you? Okay, never mind. I won't block you yet. All right, guys. All right. W's to everyone. W's to everyone. Actually, do I have 10 free channel memberships I can hand out? YouTube sometimes gives me 10 channel memberships that I can hand out. Let me see. Do I have that right now? Member gifting. Do I? I do. I have 10 free channel memberships I can hand out right now. So as a thank you to you guys getting me over the goal already, let's just send some channel memberships to the chat from me to you guys. There's 5, and I think I can do 5 more. There we go. From me to you guys. All right. Now we're cooking with gas.
We're transforming things, but then we've got the federal government. And it does feel like we've gone backwards, doesn't it? How the hell do you bomb a school with 175 students?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually.
In the name of eliminating nuclear weapons that aren't even there. How can you do that, right? How do you bomb hospitals? How do you use money that should go to school children to, build these weapons of mass destruction?
What does he mean by delegate? Okay, this is a fair question if you've never been in a thing like this. So basically, this is a conference that all the members of the Chicago Teachers Union are coming together for their annual conference or their annual event. When you have when you do something like this, you have people that are called delegates that are allowed to vote on issues related to union business and things like that. So if you are a member of the Chicago Teachers Union, in this case, if you're like a dues paying member, you're probably considered a delegate and you have voting privileges. So a delegate is someone with voting privileges on the issues related to the Chicago Teachers Union. It's a fair question. Thank you, Ben Shaw, for the channel membership. W's to you, bro. I'll add that. We're already up to 120. See, I knew my goal was attainable. I knew Socialism Saturday does it every time because I know you guys appreciate it.
And it's not the Iranians who have them, we do. So we got to get across this bridge. How do we have a democracy that we've built here?
All good, Brian.
Where for the first time in 150 plus years, we've got an elected school board in Chicago that's coming in November of 2026. But we also might not have midterms because this president and his MAGA regime
might not have
committed
midterms
to disrupting and nullifying elections.
Mm-hmm.
And will they use war as an excuse to declare martial law?
Maybe.
And disrupt the very core tenets of a constitutional republic, right?
I want to be very clear about this. I want to be very clear about this. I don't actually think that Trump is going to declare martial law to postpone elections. I don't think that's going to happen, but I never thought Trump would be a sellout cuck to Israel either. So, who's really to say? I don't think that's going to happen. But what I want people to understand, I'm going to take these off for a second so I can actually see. What I want people to understand, I'm painting my nails and I'm like the sunglasses are screwing me up. What I want people to understand about this is that the Chicago Teachers Union and many people on the left that are involved in the protesting and the organizing and things like that, they absolutely 1 1000% believe that Trump is going to declare martial law and that there will not be elections in November. So, regardless of whether that's true, that is what they believe. People take action based on their belief. It doesn't matter if that belief is hinged into reality. It makes no difference at all. They believe that Trump is going to try to stop the election, and so they will take action based on the assumption that Trump is going to try to stop the election. That is what we're interested in. We are interested in what are they most likely to do next? Where is this all going? See, yeah, exactly. Perception is reality. It does not matter if that perception is true. It only matters what they are doing in reality.
Move across the bridge to build a workers' republic. Maybe we got to think bigger about healthcare for all instead of negotiating this inflationary spiral for, the ways in which costs will continue. Maybe we need to fight for childcare for all and end homelessness. We did just get agreement from CPS in the city that we're going to equip you in your schools to give students the ability to sign up for housing for the first time ever in the history of the district.
Why?
But we ain't across the bridge yet because they'll be on a waiting list, right? Which is an improvement. That does mean in 3 to 6 months, many of those students will have an opportunity. But that's too long, right? So, and that doesn't guarantee everyone. It doesn't help the people who are already pushed out from the CHA Plan for Transformation in 1999 that destroyed the largest amount of public housing in the nation's history when Daley was in charge. That set the stage for the school closing, and almost exclusively in the Black community. So this bridge that we're crossing isn't a short one, and it's not without a lot of peril. So what we're talking about in terms of May 1st is how do we collectively get our shit together and become more unified and solidaristic because the world's looking at us. Just like the world was looking at King and Jesse on that bridge in 65. It was like one of the only things.
They see themselves as the civil rights leaders of this generation. They see themselves as people who are making history, fighting for the good fight, okay? I need people to understand this. They're not doing this because they're paid protesters. They're not doing this because they're funded by George Soros. They're doing this because they believe they are on the side of righteousness. It is internal to who they are. It is not an external thing. They truly believe that what they are doing is right and correct and that the arc of justice will bend towards them.
That was preventing Jim Crow from its reign of terror from continuing. Just like we are probably one of the only institutions in the country preventing an authoritarian regime from consolidating its power at the expense of our students, their families, unions, and workers across the country and across the world. So take a deep breath. Because with awesome powers, awesome responsibility. I like Spider-Man. And I think that is a
Is this a taught ideology? Yeah, it's taught in the public schools. Yeah. What do you think the public schools are teaching your little darlings? These are public school teachers. This is the current vice president of the Chicago Teachers Union. This is what they're teaching your kids. This is how they create the activist pipeline out of the public schools. Yo, little miss. Hey, good to see you, bro. This is their ideology. Love is always from us. Love to you guys. I appreciate you guys.
Appropriate for us because even if sometimes you feel small in your school, you got a bully principal who might run you down and wear you out. I've seen you run them out when we get our stuff together and we have a unified front. And it's no different at the national level. So May 1st, we're suggesting, and again, we're a democratic union. We are a healthy democracy.
I mean, socialist.
We don't decide much at all without a vote. Many of you are delegates. You come in monthly. We will be talking about, will we commit to no work, no school, no shopping on May 1st, and follow the lead of our sisters in Minneapolis and St. Paul? Because they showed us the way.
No work, no school,
And we're not
no
doing it
shopping.
alone. We're
Shut down
doing
the
it
economy.
together. And people might ask, well, why then? What will it do? You know, that's not enough to stop a fascist. And you get no argument from me. But it's a question of how do we get ourselves ready for what might be asked of us? And we can look to South Korea for an example. In South Korea in 2024, they had a president who declared martial law because he didn't like the results of an election. And the first person on his list of criminals for an arrest warrant was the head of the General Trade Union, because he knows unions will throw down. And so if you could take
Unions
that
are
pin out of the
leftist.
resistance, you could run your authoritarian project without any interference. So make no qualms, or, you know, don't view this as insignificant. If we stand back and watch, it will not go well for us. Those rights that are historic that we've achieved in this agreement, they are not worth the paper they're written on if you have somebody in the White House that doesn't respect it and is willing to use troops to occupy our cities. And you got to ask yourself too, when ICE returns and they pull a teacher out of their car window after breaking it,
Oh,
in
that'd
their
be
school
fucking
parking lot,
amazing.
what are
That
we
would
going to
be
do about that
awesome.
together? If they
Can we
kills
just do a visioning exercise for a moment? One in the chat, if you would like to see ICE break the car window of a teacher and drag them out of the car in the middle of the parking lot if they were an illegal alien and they need to be deported. One in the chat, if you would really like to see ICE break a teacher's car window and then drag them out violently and then deport their asses. 2 in the chat if you think that's going too far. Let me know. Let me know how you feel about that. Sarah, thanks for being a member of the channel for 2 months. I used to work in a union. A union delegate is also known as a shop steward. It's a union member that's appointed to represent the union for a school. So the voting person, it's the person that votes. So that's what I'm saying. It's a voting member. It's someone with voting privileges. Thanks so much, Sarah. I appreciate it. Yeah, lots of ones in the chat. Yeah, I think we can all agree that maybe it's okay to pull teachers out of their cars violently with force and deport their asses.
willing to use troops to occupy our cities. And you got to ask yourself too, when ICE returns and they pull a teacher out of their car window after breaking it in their school parking lot, what are we going to do about that together?
Beautiful.
If they kills another Silverio in, you know, the Chicagoland region, what are we going to do about it? If one of our members, God forbid, is shot,
Beautiful vision.
killed, or harmed because they're defending students from federal agents, what are we going to do about it? All right. Well, I think we're in a good place to get started today, and we'll have a lot of these conversations. And we want you to work through not just the passion and certainty of your own beliefs, but of how you're going to transfer that into the difficult conversations in your buildings and on your blocks, because they're not the same, right? We actually have to build out our strategy together and how we convince others who may not yet already be there. And we need to understand where they're coming from in order to do that. It's not this thing where we bludgeon a person until they believe what we believe. It's more about the process of understanding, you know, their issues and concerns to get them there. Just like, you know, the country wasn't where it needed to be at the beginning of that bridge.
Yeah.
But by the end,
Me too.
we had a Civil Rights Act of 1965. So just to kind of lead us into the panel, I want
this
to
is
give you
before
all
the panel.
confidence and energy.
Perfect.
And my belief in you, and hopefully your belief in yourselves, that you need to do this important work today to be, you know, fully present. I think you'll get a lot out of it. So if you wouldn't mind repeating after me. I am somebody. I am somebody. Thank you.
All right. All right. So that was Jackson Potter, Vice President of the Chicago Teachers Union. And that to me looks like it may have been right before the precursor to this actual panel. So let's dig back into the original panel that we were going to watch.
People. They don't shy away from hard topics. They lean into them.
Okay. Now let's do MAGA. MAGA, which claimed to be anti-war in 2016, MAGA, which claimed to be anti-war in 2020, MAGA, which claimed to be anti-war in 2024, now blissfully following Trump into a war with Iran that is completely unnecessary because Iran didn't pose any threat to us. And MAGA is now pro-war, and anyone who was anti-war in 2016 and 2020 and 2024, and anyone who speaks out against the war in Iran are all anti-Semitic. So literally, sit down, shut up, try not to break anything.
There's going to be some discussion in here, some engagement that I think we all need in this moment. So if you can do me a favor, 'cause these are young people. They're young people. They're just like the students that you taught. They're here. So let's give them a CTU welcome, the Jam Podcast.
Thank you guys so much for having us. Oh my goodness. We can do like a little bit of an intro.
I'm proud of yourself.
Before we
go, how many of y'all know who we are so far?
We'll watch the podcast.
Okay.
Okay, decent amount.
That's
Okay.
nice. Thank
Hopefully we get the
y'all.
numbers up by the time we leave. But if you guys do not know, my name is JJ.
AB.
Alan. Matthew. And we host a podcast. It goes on weekly on YouTube, Instagram, all platforms, called The Jam Podcast. And pretty much what we do is we, like was said, talk about hard topics, have fun, laugh. We're all childhood friends, so it kind of makes the hard topics a little easier.
Yeah. Right.
But if you haven't seen the show, the first thing that we do, regardless of location, regardless of situation, is a fit check. We gotta do We gotta do the fit check. I hope y'all brought y'all best today.
I'm looking out. We gotta know. Looking out at the crowd, I see somebody that they busting some cool fists today. Hold on, we gonna check in.
You want to go first?
Yeah. You here? Just run through the line real quick.
Okay, this is just a little like how it goes. So you got me, you know what I'm saying, default little boots. Heel boots.
The little church
steppers. Black jeans, you know what I'm saying, can't go wrong.
Go wrong with the black jeans.
Subi jean jacket.
You know what I'm saying? How progressive.
Jewelry, everything, had to be presented.
I have a t-shirt that's 4 sizes too big for me since I've lost almost 50 pounds in 3.5 months. Do you guys know I'm like so close? I'm so close to being down 50 pounds since I started the keto crash starvation diet at the beginning of December. It's really exciting. I'm wearing a t-shirt that's now 4 sizes, maybe even 5 sizes too big for me, and a pair of sweatpants and rose gold sunglasses and nail polish. That's what I'm wearing. You guys want to do a fit check in the chat?
Guys,
with the fresh retwist too. Don't forget the retwist.
Fresh retwist. Go ahead.
I know your boy got the Mary jacket.
Oh my gosh.
Little chain, nothing too. Just no blood diamonds. No blood diamonds. No blood. All ethical.
We all do that over here.
Little House of Airs tee, little jeans, CTU red on the shoe. CTU.
See him. Yes, sir.
Look, bro.
You already know. I already got the black Timbs, little leather pants.
We doing work.
You already know, pink on pink.
Yeah, women's month.
Yeah. What you got on?
No, and then I got the lemon peppers. These straight from my dad's closet.
Thank you.
This was on the pulpit a few
Appreciate
times.
We're not done yet.
I got the Hudson jeans. I got the little jean jacket with the tie. I don't usually wear the tie. I don't got a belt. Just like some of y'all students be. But yeah, we about to start fit checking some of y'all.
It's really about y'all. Can we get like two?
Yeah, let's try to get
Oh no. Okay, everyone listen. In the Communist Manifesto, it literally states that you are allowed to engage in capitalism because you live in a capitalist society. You have to survive in a capitalist society. You have to operate in a capitalist society. In order to overthrow capitalism, you have to exist within capitalism. And therefore, socialists and communists are allowed to engage in capitalism. They are also encouraged to engage in capitalism as long as they are using the capitalist resources to overthrow the system of capitalism. That's all that really matters. So can we please stop with disowning the lib bullshit that just proves that you guys have never read the Communist Manifesto? Because it literally says this in the Communist fucking Manifesto that they're allowed to do this. Just saying.
Be like,
Oh my God.
yeah. We
Anybody
got
got
an apple out here.
Yeah, I'm about to say, don't be shy now.
Yeah. Red.
Hello?
Oh yeah, we're gonna give this one.
Hello.
We all on?
This working? We on?
Oh, they got it? Oh, my bad.
Oh, you're,
It's good?
I was confused.
All right.
I was confused because I was like, you know this. I was like, did you just have like a retard moment? I was seriously confused about that. Yo, Cynthia, happy narcissism season. Thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Cynthia knows how to deal with Aries.
Y'all go this way? You go this way, I'm going to go this way.
Okay.
All right.
We gotta do this.
Who? Miss Wallace. Miss Wallace. Yeah. Hold on.
Everyone's
Miss
doing a
Wallace.
fit
Let me
check.
see what you
Everyone's
got
doing a
on
fit
today.
check. All right.
All right, start from the head down.
Okay, I have on a black velvet CTU.
So guys, just so you know, again, this is a professional development event for Chicago Teachers Union. So I just want everyone to be really clear about what their tax dollars are funding.
And I'm known as Bling, so I blinged it out a little bit.
Blinged
I
it
have
out.
on a Victoria's Secret two-piece, and
We didn't
very
know that.
comfortable, ladies. You want to get
We
this,
did
okay?
not know that, actually.
When
We
I
really
came into the
didn't.
building, I got I Am Somebody on with the Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Yo,
I have on my black mules from Acura. They old, but they, and I got on my Mary Jane socks. Y'all can't see them, but they down there. And that's it.
Miss Wallace, keep it up. Hold on the wrist. On the wrist.
So, I'm a creator. I'm a creator. So I'm making myself, if anyone else is interested, the watch. I have an Apple Watch. So I like colors and I like to change. So I'm making my own watches. And I did this to make it so you can see me later. I just did this. I do stuff like this.
Who you got over there, Matt?
You know, she was, I'm not gonna lie, she was a little nervous because that was a fit check.
Yeah.
So, had the Mary Jane's on, you know what I mean? But we don't discriminate in here with the fit check. You know, sometimes it's fit, sometimes you want to be a little comfortable. What you got on?
Oh, yeah. My
I
little
got on
jumpsuit from
sweatpants.
Shein. Yeah.
I got on a
Yeah. Then I got my
This
little
bitch
leopard
wearing a
sambas.
onesie.
Yeah, you know, gotta get you some sambas, you know. My Black History nails. Come look at them. Come look at them.
What the fuck is this woman wearing? Guys. Teacher. This is your kid's teacher.
My Black History nails. Come look at them.
Black
Come look
History
at them. Come, when y'all get a chance. It needs to be retwisted. It needs to be. These kids stressing me out. so you understand. All right. A little Pandora bracelet here somewhere. Oh, come on with it. See the glasses. Prescription, yes. Let's see. That's about it. I kept it cool today. You know, a little chill today. Catch me on later when I'm outside. Yeah.
Nice. She said, you go to the club.
Yeah. Is there anybody else that wants to do a fit check?
Yeah, is there
Anybody? Raise your hand. You want to get one?
Right here. We got one. We'll do one more.
Well, got my socks kept. I'm a South Sider all day. I got Chicago on my back.
Yeah.
Now, y'all don't know, but I'm a socks girl. Not just the socks, but I'm a socks girl. Okay? The Nickelodeon socks. Cat dog. And them on them socks. Okay?
What's on the feet?
Oh, pull it together.
Leg up. You gotta put the leg up.
Just a little Jordan one. Just a little. Look, I got my CTU ring. Yeah. Is that the blue to go with the Chicago on my back? Because we all carry Chicago on our back. Little do we all know we all do. wait a minute. I got the Stitch wristband. I'm gonna see you later, though, Miss Watson. I need one of them. Okay. I got my little Pandora. Ain't got to be charmed, but it is what it is. Got an angel on my neck.
Angel on the neck. Can we get an angel on that? You got one more?
We got one more.
We got one more.
I wanted to thank the Jam Podcast first off for educating me on the head tags too. Shout out to y'all. Y'all talked about that. Thank you.
Oh, man.
I didn't know I would have had to step out and flex, so had to go Gramici on the pants, climbing pants. Sambas on the feet. Got to represent on the Sambas over there. Yeah, Sambas. Got to represent. I'm from California. Out there, they say the higher the socks, the downer the fool. So I got on the high socks, and then on the top in solidarity, had to go AmeriCorps, the branding.
Appreciate you, my boy. We got one more right here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so I am 6'3", and it has always been so hard to shop for me. I mean, it has been hard.
Okay,
Growing
listen,
up,
not
I was
to be not to be too pedantic about this, but literally 0 people that have been doing a fit check have had designer clothes. Okay, like I don't understand why conservatives get so fucking like triggered over people taking pride in their clothes. I really don't get it, but like literally 0 people that have spoken so far have had designer clothes. I'm just saying.
It's always like, man, everything is flooded. Like, I couldn't find nothing. So now everything that I have on is a Black-owned company for tall women. This company is called Pritzy Duck. They're based in Ohio. I've been shopping with them for 3 years. The inseam I have on is a 39 inseam. I'm usually between a 37 and a 39.
No,
I'm
Sarah,
currently wearing a 39.
No, that's not correct, Sarah. These are the teachers. I don't know what experience you've had, and quite frankly, I don't really give a fuck. But please do not articulate incorrect information in the chat. This is not correct. These are the teachers.
Size small. My jacket is a large. The arms are actually long enough. So I am proud. I have on some Vapor Max Nikes. And I'm very comfortable right now. So yeah, shop with Prissy Doug. And the prices aren't bad. I think for this whole entire little ensemble, I was no more than $120. So yes, Black owned, beautiful customer service. They actually email you back.
Sarah, seriously? You want to fucking argue with me? What do you know about the Chicago Teachers Union, Sarah? Go. Please educate us. You know more than me about what's going on. Please educate us in the chat, Sarah, about the Chicago Teachers Union. Go. No, you don't understand shit, bitch. Please educate us in the chat about the Chicago Teachers Union. Go. Have you been away from the channel so long that you forgot the fucking hierarchy? Me top, you bottom. Educate us in the chat about the Chicago Teachers Union. Go. You know everything? You think that you can educate my fucking chat when I'm telling you that you are blatantly incorrect? Educate us now about what you know about the Chicago Teachers Union. Go. Wrong. Completely fucking wrong. And what you're saying is not about the Chicago Teachers Union. So, Sarah, you got one more chance. And if you do not answer the question I'm fucking asking you because you're not fucking listening, I'm going to ban you for the rest of the stream. And you're damn well lucky I'm not permanently banning you because that's actually usually what happens. So answer the fucking question now. What do you know? No. What do you know about the Chicago Teachers Union? Either answer the fucking question or say you don't know or you're getting banned for the rest of the stream. And you want to push it with one more fucking comment, I'll ban your ass permanently. I don't care. No? Oh, so you don't know? So you don't know shit about the Chicago Teachers Union? Is that what I'm hearing, Sarah? You don't know? Do you want to say that clearly for all of us? You don't know? We're waiting. You don't know. Nope, that's not what I asked for, Sarah. One more chance. Here's what I want you to see you say in the chat now. I don't know anything about the Chicago Teachers Union, Karlyn. I'm very sorry for disrupting your class. I don't know anything about the Chicago Teachers Union, Karlyn. I'm very sorry for interrupting your class with my fucking feelings. We're waiting. I asked you not to misinform the class. I asked you to keep your opinions to yourself when they're blatantly wrong, when you don't know what the fuck is going on. You didn't listen. So now I want to hear you say, I don't know anything about the Chicago Teachers Union, Karlyn. I'm very sorry for disrupting your class. Exactly. Exactly. Now, sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen. These are teachers. This is not the administration. These are teachers, regardless of what Sarah thinks about it, because as Sarah just told you, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. This is why we listen instead of talking.
So I'm proud to represent for them.
Appreciate you. All right. Y'all came today. Yes, sir.
Y'all came fitted. We appreciate that. But mainly, we try to do fit checks and everything. It's funny, but also mainly to build that self-confidence, to kind of make everyone feel good about themselves in a world where it's obviously a lot of stuff going on.
Oh, yeah.
To kind of set the stage, I mean, it was already kind of said, y'all understand the stakes, what's going on in the country. We see more and more wealth being transferred to the top 1%. We're still having arguments about universal health care, about
more and more wealth being transferred to the top 1%. So now this is about leftism and it's about capitalism. See the shift there? Hey, look at our clothes. Look at our clothes. Guys, we need to redistribute wealth in this country and we need to have universal health care.
fully funded education services, about high-speed transport. We don't even have like high-speed rail. And I'll be sitting around being like, okay, it's a matter of political will that determines where we put our resources. It's not necessarily that we can or cannot do a thing. It's whose message is getting amplified. When I think about May Day leading into May Day 2026 and a national movement and organizing, there are a lot of questions that we had. And I pretty much wanted to, in framing for this, position it as we are like your students, we are like the general public who might not know what CTU does or might not know how to be involved in striking or getting involved in any way besides just, social media. We got that on lock. And so I wanted that to influence the questioning because I feel like there's so much expertise that y'all can add and y'all can kind of help provide what people should do.
So again, maybe I'm being a bit pedantic in emphasizing this. The Chicago Teachers Union is planning months in advance to go on strike on May 1st, 2026. They are not doing this to make things better in the Chicago schools. They are not doing this for any reason related to the children, the students, the public schools at all. They are doing this in order to be part of a mass movement to shut down the economy, to demand that a far left political agenda be implemented. Otherwise, they're going to shut down the economy. Does everyone understand this? They've been preparing months in advance. This is the focal point of their conference. This is the Chicago Teachers Union Conference. And the big keynote that they're having, the big discussion is about we are going on strike on May 1st, 2026. And this has nothing to do with the schools, has nothing to do with the students. It is only and exclusively about far left activism. One in the chat if you understand what we're talking about, two in the chat if you're confused. At the big event of the Chicago Teachers Union Conference, what they should be talking about is how do we make things better for students? How do we be better teachers in school? How do we create better systems of education? How do we do our jobs better? How do we serve our communities better? Are they talking about any of that? No, they're talking about how do we go on strike on May 1st, 2026 in order to shut down the economy?
be doing, get people involved, get people off their couches. So with that, let's get into the meat and potatoes and everything as we talk about. So
you know this a crazy event when you got protesters out in the rain. Like, y'all think they still sitting out there just
like when I tell you I pulled up, bro, I pulled up.
Y'all defending the pedophiles. What?
I'm like, whoa.
You getting paid by the pedophiles.
I pulled up. I pulled up to the gate. Buddy looks at me in the face and says, "You should be ashamed of yourself." I'm like, what did I do?
Yeah. Like, I'm
Are you under the absurd impression that this only happens in Chicago? Are you under the absolutely absurd impression that May Day 2026 is just in Chicago? Are you under the absurd impression that this is not happening in red states? Are you under the absurd then why the fuck doesn't matter where you live? Why the fuck does it matter where you live? What we are seeing here is representative of what teachers' unions are doing everywhere. This is not just in Chicago. This is in every single state.
I just got here. I just woke up. What are we talking about?
So, and that, my thing is about that experience walking in was just funny to me because I realized like what it is we're actually fighting for, what the real conversation should be.
Yeah.
I want to talk about how we go from the importance of strike strategy right now and how we go from something abstract to something real.
I think, let me add to that a bit. I think a lot of people, especially younger people, think of the idea of pushback or like strike or all of these things as so far off, you know, like I think it's either, at least the way we be thinking sometimes, not us, but like our generation thinks sometimes is it's either like French Revolution, you toppling everything, blood everywhere, or it's like nothing, you know? And a lot of these things are not linear. You know, a lot of these things take years and years and years, like even doing research into the CTU and the history of it. Some of these things started, well, a lot of these things started like the Haymarket Affair started in the 1800s, 1880s. So it's like, we have to continue to talk about how do we create these things, at least in people's minds, as like, okay, this is tangible, this is real. What can we do right now that'll get people up right now?
And that's why this conversation and us being here and y'all being here is so important, because I feel like our generation, and especially a time right now, like memification is at its all-time highest. Like we're not taking anything serious because of the fact of like we're not being taken serious.
A lot of cynicism. That's the main goal, is to get the younger people informed and on board with this.
I can tell you first and foremost that
thank you.
I can tell you, like, as people who grew up on the internet and who's of, like, I guess, Gen Z, there's definitely an education gap when it comes to,
oh my God,
what conversations we have, what are worth your time, what organizations could you look and communicate with to get involved in your community. So being able to popularize stuff like that and topics like that is one of the biggest focuses of the Jam. But in order to get more concise about what we're talking about, let's get into the history and let's begin from there. So what we want to do is kind of pick you guys' brains about lessons that we should be learning, lessons that we can learn, and like things that people can cling on to. Say you watch this footage and you're like, oh, I want to know what the CTU is doing or how to get involved in everything. I want there to be things that people can take away, maybe if you don't have a background in organizing, but you understand, okay, this is where I can at least start. The first thing I want to talk about with that is messaging.
Okay. Why does it seem that educators and teachers are held in an elite, if not entitled status in communist society? They're not. I wouldn't say that that's true. I think that that's a conservative talking point. I do not think that that's true in reality. I mean, listen, the people who are the leaders in far left organizing are authors, academics, usually more college level than K through 12 level, and activists. And so I don't agree with you that teachers are held in any especially high esteem in communist societies. They're held on the same level as anyone else. It's just another job. So that's how the left perceives it. I don't know. That's my answer.
That's kind of our forte, is trying to parse out different political topics, trying to find the best way to talk about them. And I like that you brought up the Haymarket affair, because when you was telling me a little bit about your research into that, it really puts into perspective like the importance of narratives, of news, and the people who control the news.
Yeah.
So I want to take a deep dive into that. Get a brief about like what the Haymarket affair, what you learned.
So I'm sure y'all know, obviously, what it is. I think what my biggest takeaway from it was obviously it was the first May Day that had happened in May on May 1st. And then from that, I was reading up about how the narratives that were created by New York Times, by different just publicists like all over Chicago, kind of created the initial like, all right, what is CTU? They are rioters. They are, or it wasn't CTU at the time. I guess it was like, it was anarchist. It was XYZ.
It was anarchist.
Yeah, exactly. They completely demonized it. And what that like rung out to me was, like I said, I think we feel so removed from these things, but then we see what just happened in Iran. And within 8 hours, they were saying, "Oh, we don't know who bombed them, and we don't know who bombed the school." And even in their messaging,
Yeah, this is very true. A measure of the failure of American conservatives is the absolute absurdity in their eyes of the people who are defeating them. Yep, I couldn't agree more with that statement. The fact that we are losing to people who can't speak proper English should be truly and sincerely alarming to everyone.
format of how they're creating.
Bro, Trump is a massive retard, and if you're following Trump, you're probably just as stupid as he is, honestly.
The actual articles, they're saying the U.S. is under investigation. These things are under investigation, and then for everything that's happening on the Iranian end, it's Iran does this, Iran does that, and that's deliberate, right? Talk to us as teachers, what you guys sometimes see in the classroom, what you guys sometimes see just like in your personal life, if you've been to the strikes or the protests. Talk to us about how we can control the messaging, not only on the ground, like talking to the people, but also how you guys think we could benefit from coalition building with our knowledge of social media and then y'all knowledge on the ground.
Do we have a mic?
Let's hear
if
from
anybody
the
wants
speakers. I want to hear from them.
You should be able to have a mic. And then we'll take volunteers, and if no one raises their hand, we about to come pick it. See, this is a very unique position, because, hey, as kids, we was dealing with it. Nobody raised their hand, we gonna come pick on it. So now it's
y'all fault. Y'all was doing it when we was kids. So go ahead.
It's payback. We have hood on. We have two hands. We have one right here and one in the far back.
I'm a newer teacher. I'm the delegate over at Dunbar. So hi, everybody. And I think what stuck out to me.
I'm a white man. Someone asked if there were white people. Look, white man. And I just want to emphasize, I'm a newer teacher, Sarah, because these are teachers, Sarah. These are not administrators, Sarah. They are teachers, Sarah.
We have two hands. We have one right here and one in the far back.
I'm a newer teacher. I'm the delegate over at Dunbar. So hi, everybody. And I think what stuck out to me, I think it was my first year teaching. They got rid of cash bail in Illinois. And all my kids were saying, oh, the purge. Did anybody else experience
that? I remember that. Yeah, I made a video about that time.
For sure. And so I think what's really interesting, and I think this discussion is so good, because a lot of the media, the right-wing media, is targeting young people. And it's hard because we have to fight that, right? Like in schools, but it's like a multi-pronged effort. And I think we underestimate like how much they are being targeted like on the algorithms. And I don't know the exact solution, but I just wanted to comment on that because that really stuck out to me. And I remember having a lot of conversations with kids, and it was just really interesting. You know what I mean? Something that's objectively going to benefit like a lot of young people, a lot of, people who can't afford bail, right? They're getting told the opposite. So just wanted to comment on that.
So like essentially taking a proactive approach to like engaging with the narratives that we get put on our phones. Like it's so easy. I remember because it stuck out to me enough to make a video about it, how many people were just saying purge XYZ. And it's weird because you're in this kind of battle where it's easy to say a million wrong things before saying like one right thing. So it's kind of now fall upon us to try to synthesize that information and try to put it in a way that is understandable for people. because
Yeah.
like you don't want to have to do a whole deep dive.
You're 100% right about this. Kid Rock does not scream youth outrage. It's like right-wingers, anytime they try to do something related to culture, just fuck it up colossally. Because they make all the word, they're like, Kid Rock, that's what the kids are listening to these days. Like, hi there, fellow kids. Like, what in the fuck are you guys doing?
In criminal justice stuff, but you don't have to necessarily. We have a bunch of hands actually as well.
Okay.
Right here?
Right here.
We'll just we're back there? Okay, we already have one. All right, and then you can go next.
Before I get into my point, I just really wanna, I am a fan. I do watch y'all.
Appreciate it. What's your name?
And the
Yeah,
joy
Kid
y'all
Rock
bring
was
on these
back in
serious
my
topics,
day.
much love. Your smiles, your laughter, it reminds me of my students in my classroom. And it's a beautiful thing to see. So
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
It's awesome.
Thank you so much.
But one thing I think that we are also fighting as a union is that they're making us like into the boogie monsters, right? Like C2, oh no, they have like these like conspiracy stuff and I don't know, all this negativity. But then when you ask a student, a family member about a teacher, it's a whole different narrative. But we are the teachers, right? Like this is my union.
We
And,
are the teachers.
you know, I help out families, I help out students. So when you talk negatively about
Okay, Brian, you've been talking a lot in the chat over on Twitter, and now you're telling me that you think these people are liberal, which means you haven't actually been listening to a word that's been fucking said. Socialists and communists do not like borders. They do not associate with borders. They want all borders abolished. You think these people are going to vote for Democrats? You're out of your fucking mind. These people do entire presentations about not voting for Democrats. These people shit on Democrats all the time. These people shit on Democrats more than they shit on conservatives. You said earlier, I've been a fan of your work for a while. No, you haven't, bro. No. There is not a single person who has quote unquote been a fan of my work for a while that believes that socialists and communists vote for liberals. And I'm just going to do a quick poll in the chat just in case Brian doesn't believe me, because he's obviously brand new here and he doesn't know what the fuck is going on. One in the chat if you think that these people are voting for socialists and liberals, or excuse me, strike that. One in the chat if you think that these people who are socialists and communists are voting for Democrats and liberals. Two in the chat if you think it's an absurd notion that these people are voting for Democrats and liberals. For people who've actually been paying attention. One in the chat if you think these people are voting for Democrats. Two in the chat if you think that these people would sooner shoot themselves in the foot than vote for Democrats. Yeah, I know you're brand new. You don't know shit. So your job is to actually sit back and shut the fuck up, or I will come over to Twitter and silence you. I'm not even joking. You see all the twos in the chat, Brian? You see all the twos? You see all the twos? That is everyone that's been watching this stuff with me for years that has heard them say over and over and over and over and over again, fuck the Democrats. Oh, okay. Fine. You want me to ban you? Fine. Hang on. Happy to comply, bro. Happy to do so. Happy to do so. Happy to do so. Just takes a second for it to load. Hang on. All right. Brian is no more. Brian is now being blocked because not smart enough to be here. Bye, Brian.
my union, you're talking about me and my coworkers and my peers and my siblings. So, you know, I think that's one thing I think I would love help with in saying like the people that you're painting as evil are the people that take care of your kids.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes. It's narrative control. It's the fact of like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, it's deliberate. Yeah. It's planned. It's always deliberate, and because that's what I was trying to say. Any form of progress, you always see it's always hit with negative, and it's always from a specific side that we've been seeing time and time again. And your kids be getting taught by those same teachers that you want to remove their income. You don't want to give them any rights. You don't want to invest in their classroom.
Yeah, we should remove them.
And then you wonder why the cycles repeat, and it makes the narrative control so much more easy.
I want to, and I also want to throw out there for people who are going to respond. How have we seen, how have we handled the kind of information gap that exists? At least speaking from my perspective, when I first got to maybe age 20, 2019, I started like looking into local news and the companies that like own local news and how that affects the narrative. Is that a conversation that it is being had? And how do we have that conversation, especially with like young people, but anyone broadly who wants to know?
And how do we make it palatable?
We have someone with a mic back there.
Yeah, so
I'm here.
That kind of leads into what I was going to say. At first, you asked what you guys can do. There's this other young man that I watch who speaks out against Republicans and Trump. And so he has people call in and he has live conversations where he takes his time to explain his position. He takes his time to debate respectfully the caller. And then a lot of times he actually changes the minds of the caller. So if you guys, people would love to talk to you guys, I'm sure. Because, you know, the young people a lot of times have more sway than we do, you know, but it would be great to hear, for them to hear you guys saying the same thing we're saying. And so we're teaching about media literacy. We're teaching about making sure they're going to respectful or responsible media sites and things like that. But it's so easy to get sucked into the AI summaries and things like that, whichever is the sponsored site that the search engine gives. So if you guys can ever make it an opportunity for people to call in where they would say, hey, you know what you think about this? And you can do live research and just tell them, you know, we heard the same thing, but what we did is it's a research. We talked to reputable sites and things like that, reputable people. You will help them to understand their whole thought process behind how they can become more responsible and people who are more involved in this whole democratic and just social process of making sure that we're sharing the truth.
Well, okay, this is an interesting question. Okay, are most teachers in Chicagoland area queer? No. I'm going to explain why. Most of the teachers that I have seen involved in the Chicago Teachers Union are Black. Now, Black socialists and communists are an interesting breed in that typically there is a whole kind of like Black contingent, like a Black niche at like like on the far left. There's like Black liberationists and Black feminists and that sort of thing. But typically when I find Black socialists, they're doing it because they have some sort of legitimate grievance. And they're not getting spoken to by Republicans because the Republicans don't actually give a fuck. They just pretend to care about Black people when they get one Black celebrity to support Trump, and then they get really happy about it. But like on the by and large, the Black people who I see on the far left, they're socialists and communists because literally no one on the right was addressing the legitimate grievances that they have. And they do actually have some legitimate grievances. I sat in a room when I was undercover at the Socialism Conference. I was in a session in a room just like this, actually, where I was sitting in the middle of an education session. So like the vast majority of the people in the room, there were probably 400 socialists in the room. They were all teachers. And the vast majority of those people were Black. And remember, the Socialism Conference is also in Chicago. So I'm betting there was a disproportionate amount of people there from Chicago. There's going to be a huge overlap between the people at the Socialism Conference and the Chicago Teachers Union, because the head of the Chicago Teachers Union and the vice president are both a socialist. I'm giving this little backstory because I want people to understand many Black socialists that I've encountered do not like the queer shit. They don't like it. It's not to say there are no Black queer people. Of course, there are Black queer people. There are absolutely Black queer people. Like the whole Black trans people thing. Like, yeah, there are absolutely Black queer people. However, if we're talking about the socialists specifically in the Chicago Teachers Union, most of which are going to be Black, I'm just going to bet that they became far-left activists because they see it as the only path to solving the problems that they have. They have legitimate grievances about the quality of education people are receiving, about, you know, like their ability to you know, pull themselves up by their bootstraps or whatever. You know, like they have actual legitimate grievances. When I was in that session at the Chicago at the Socialism Conference, I actually ended up agreeing with most of the things that they said about the problems that they had with the public school and the problems they had with education and the problems they had with inner city schools and stuff like that. The core of it is actually they're trying to solve a problem. A lot of the Black ones don't see the queer shit as actually solving the problems that they have. So do I believe most of the teachers in the Chicagoland area, at least represented by the Chicago Teachers Union, do I believe they're queer? Probably not, honestly. There are absolutely queer teachers in the Chicagoland area, but I'm going to bet the majority of them are not. I'm going to bet the majority of them are Black leftists who are looking for ways to solve their problem, and socialism and communism is like the only option that they've been given, really. Sad but true.
Yeah, for sure. Nice. For sure. Kind of like intercepting, I guess.
And also too, I would also recommend for teachers to like just eavesdrop on the kids in the classroom, because when you listen to their conversations, they always talk about things. Everything has like everything is in politics. Politics.
Yeah. This is Socialism Saturday, bro. We only watch militant leftists on Socialism Saturday. Almost every single person in this room is a militant leftist. They're not Democrats, they're not liberals, they're not progressives, they're socialists and communists that want to overthrow the government. To clarify, Black socialists don't think queer issues align with the issues they care about. I think mostly, like, I actually think that mostly they probably haven't thought about it. I don't think it's one of those things, average person, and maybe I'm thinking through how to explain this. I think it's one of those things where, like, it's kind of not in their frame of reference, and maybe you have a different experience because you've been undercover with these people too, so you might have a different experience than I have. But it's not that they're not anti-queer. They're not saying fuck all that gender shit. They're not saying that, but it's more just like it's not into their awareness at all because they're focused on other things. Does that make sense? I don't think they're like, it's not that they don't think they're aligned. It's that I don't think they really even think about them or interact with them at all in like any significant way.
Yeah. So when you listen to these conversations, legit, see what they're saying, whether if it's about, they talk about AI a lot. They talk about social media, clothes, whatever. Throwing a little politic nugget in there, and they'll actually get their brain like moving.
There's
like meeting them in the middle.
Price is high on this. What?
I feel I like what was said because it the mention of AI as well. It's like the field that we're kind of evolving on when it comes to connecting with people and getting them to a point where they're not just sucked down rabbit holes of propaganda is like it's constantly shifting. So it's trying to find the more efficient ways to get people that right critical thinking skills. Maybe you don't have the answer fully, but like challenging, whether it's a debate or researching or having like a discussion openly, can at least build those core skills to understand like when someone's lying to you, when someone's misleading you, because it's so easy. And I feel like that is part of the narrative that gets shaped about like teachers unions in general, but especially CTU, is that people take advantage of that ignorance. Did we want
like two more?
Yeah, we can take like two more hands. Okay. Do we have mics and everything? Okay, I already did say.
Hey y'all.
Hello,
Good morning, everybody. I feel like something that will really help the younger generation, me included, because you know I'm a young thing, is not teaching Black history as optional. I think that's a huge deficit that we're seeing right now. Black history is not optional.
Black history means critical race theory, which, just to remind people, whiteness means capitalism. It is not about being nicer to Black people. Racism as a definition has always meant more of systemic racism, the system that upholds racism. The left believes that racism was created by capitalism, that abolishing capitalism will get rid of racism, that you cannot get rid of racism without abolishing capitalism because capitalism is the system that upholds racism. That's what systemic racism means. And so when we're talking about Black History Month, we're talking about this idea of teaching kids that racism is a systemic issue, and the only way to overcome racism is to abolish capitalism. That is at the core of what critical race theory is. I hope people understand this. Maybe I haven't said it explicitly this way. The core of critical race theory is not white people bad. The core of critical race theory is not discriminate against white people. The core of critical race theory is the idea that racism is a structural issue. It is in the structures of society. That is called systemic racism, the system that upholds racism. And they believe that racism was created by capitalism via the ownership of slaves as private property, because capitalism means private property ownership. Slaves were a form of private property. Thus, capitalism, the ownership of private property, created systemic racism. And that is what they are trying to overthrow with critical race theory. Critical race theory is all of the ways in which the system is created to oppress people. That is the core of it. And you want to know why none of these anti-CRT bills all over the country that conservatives have been passing for the past several years actually ban critical race theory? Because there is not one single fucking conservative, yes, including Christopher Rufo, fuck you, asshole. There is not one single fucking conservative that understands that critical race theory is not about skin color. Critical race theory is about the system that upholds racism, which is capitalism. So critical race theory, I don't give a fuck if your state passed one of those anti-CRT bills, including in New Hampshire with the new thing that they're trying to do, which is not actually going to ban the teaching of critical race theory, because literally none of the anti-CRT bills understand what critical race theory is. This is why we need to study the left. This is why if you do not understand your enemy, there is nothing that you can do. People come on the channel all the time and they're like, Karlyn, what do I do to fight the left? And I say, sit down, shut the fuck up, listen and learn. And they say, no, what can I really do to fight the left? And I say, sit down, shut the fuck up, listen and learn. And they say, no, Karlyn, after I learn, after I do that, what do I do then? Because they're trying to get around the fact that they actually do need to learn their enemy and understand their enemy in order to be effective. There is not a single thing that you can do if you do not understand your enemy. Because if you do not understand what they actually believe and what they're actually teaching, there is no law that you can pass that is going to prevent them from doing anything. Every single anti-CRT bill in the country was a massive failure, continues to fail today, and has not stopped the left from teaching critical race theory at all in any way, because the right did not understand what critical race theory was. That was a long rant. I think I saw another question. Does ideology drive passion? Yeah, obviously. Our identity and what we believe drive our passion for things, obviously. Okay. If you guys have any questions about that, please do let me know. Please do let me know. Okay, you're Don. Okay, all right, I got you, Don. Thank you.
It is history. And I feel like once we let our kids see themselves in history, that makes a big difference. I'll just be very transparent. I went to school at the PWI, Grand Valley State University, and it was the first time I ever took an African American studies class. And I remember literally crying the entire first week because I could tell you more about European history than my own history. And sitting here learning about all the things that we thought they did to, Europeans and things like that, first sin that it all happened with Black people. And I think a lot of the times, the younger, and not, stop saying younger or whatever, the generations above it, like my biggest pet peeve is hearing like I'm not my ancestors because you weak. You know what I'm saying? Like our ancestors were very strong people. They stood in the face of defiance. Like Dave sent me an email about a woman that inspires me, and believe it or not, it was Harriet Tubman is one of the ones that inspired me because she understood that her role was so powerful that she knew that even once she died, that she had prepared a place for her people. And that's what her message was, preparing a place for their people.
Did we just get 5 channel memberships from Anthony? W's to Anthony in the chat. Guys, can we focus in on the channel membership goal for a second? Anthony has reminded me that we do have a channel membership goal to meet. Thank you so much for the gentle reminder and the 5 channel memberships, Anthony. Guys, if you appreciate me teaching you this class on this wonderful Socialism Saturday, making this content free for everyone, please make sure you're funding it by sending in channel memberships, super chats, whatever you want to do. But I would love to hand out 200 new channel memberships on the stream tonight because we have a ton of spy streams next week. Spy stream is when we go inside a live leftist training and we watch it live so that we know what the left is planning and doing in real time. No, we don't do that. If you want to join us to see these organizing calls, you do have to be a supporter in some way, whether that be on the Substack, Locals, Patreon, Twitter subscriber, or YouTube channel member. I would love to bring 200 new members into the community tonight so that we have even more people to join us for spy streams this coming week, because there will be a lot of them. So if you appreciate the work I'm doing, I'm 100% independently funded. You guys allow me to do it and can support other people in the community by sending in some gifted channel memberships. We are about, what is it? You guys are making me do math. 74 away from the goal. So that's an achievable goal, guys. I believe in you. Let's keep going.
I had my students watch Ruby Bridges a few weeks ago because I kind of was just frustrated with where we were at and with the lack of care they had. And I teach primary, and my students literally sat there, and one of the kids like, wait, Miss Harris, why did they didn't want me to learn because of the color of my skin? You telling me they be calling my daddy that word and things like that? Yep. And seeing these younger kids really have a change of heart. And
Sarah, see, I love it. I love it. I love it when I give people a good dressing down and they come back and they reward me with channel memberships. Thank you, Sarah. You rock. W's in the chat for Sarah. That takes a big person, guys. That takes a big person to put the ego aside and say, okay, Karlyn, I know I done fucked up and here's some channel memberships. And I'm sorry. Takes a big person. That takes a person that can learn. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you so much for being on the channel. We appreciate you. See, we can all come back together. There we go. We need 69 more. We need 69 more. Who's going to ruin it? Let's see.
Like, it didn't go over with everybody, but I saw it with more than 15 of my students. Once we watched that movie and like really understanding that education is the only way that we are free. Our history is not optional. And not only that, like teaching young people that you are a part of the fight. You were fighting when we were doing sit-ins and things like that. That was you. I've been loving Facebook for the last month of, February and March, because it's like all of these unhidden Black stories on there. And they tell like all of these roles.
Cynthia's the one to ruin it. Cynthia W's. Thank you, Cynthia. We appreciate you. We love you. The goddess, Cynthia. There we go. There we go. 136. We're getting so close, guys. Once we hit 150, it's like all downhill from there. You guys rock. Thank you.
That, teenagers and even kids in elementary played in Black history. So our younger people have to really start seeing themselves as the movement. Because this isn't our movement, per se. Like, it isn't I don't want to offend and say older generation because, I'm a young thing. But the fight lives with those who are younger. As a teacher, I'm preparing my students to be that fight. They are the movement. So we have to let our young people understand that, yes, we stand here at the front lines because it could very well be you tomorrow, and it will be you tomorrow. And I think that when we stop unattaching Black from history, then that makes a huge difference in getting us, invigorated, because Black history is all of our history. And even when you look at what the unions and things like that is, people like to attack the teachers, but for so long we've been protecting the schools. We've been out there on the front lines, and I have turned from the student to the teacher to now the union leader, because I understand that the same path that my previous generations laid for me, we have to lay for the others, and we have to continue to bring them in. So I just think like being more specific with like what history is, and the part that young people playing history gets them really understanding that this media narrative is just a narrative, because we're living in a reality of what this really looks like every day.
I really enjoy that. We have plenty of questions, so we're gonna go on to the next thing. But I really like that, because that I feel like is a cogent answer, in a sense that like it starts with being able to see yourself. It's the same reason why we're like, I see the same people who like be outside will get mad like when a Black person's cast in a superhero role. And I'm like, the reason why stuff like that happens, it's intentional, because it starts with being able to view yourself. Like if you as a kid are able to see that like your reality and what you look like, the people that you see is normal, then you go in the world acting as though it's normal. So the first thing that you have to do is get people to see themselves as abnormal, as not part of the mean. So when you take Black history and you incorporate it with our history, you get to see, instead of the black and white images, you feel like it's, like we said, disconnected. Like 200 years ago, you realize that like Martin Luther King would have been like 96 or something. It's like, this is still our grandparents.
Just got an Instagram.
I followed Ruby Bridges like maybe a couple years ago,
crazy.
and because I didn't realize that like you get convinced that it's so distant. But shifting that narrative to where young people can see themselves at the center of the history will definitely, I think, in my opinion, like aid in feeling like connected to something.
Yeah, it ties back into messaging because when you treat Black history optional, you treat Black issues like optional. It's not serious.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, we see that in policy decisions all the time. So I wanna connect on probably a front that you guys will be even more familiar with, which is this broader battle against neoliberalism and
neoliberalism. One in the chat if you know what the term neoliberalism means. 2 in the chat if you don't know what it means and you need me to define it for you. 1 in the chat if you know what they mean when they say neoliberalism. 2 in the chat if you need me to define it for you, because you're still new, and that's okay, by the way. You don't need to know everything. Just admit when you don't know something. It's fine. Mostly 1s, couple of 2s, couple of 2s, couple of 2s. Okay. Neoliberalism means Democrats and socialists and progressives. It means anyone who claims to be on the left but that wants to continue to uphold capitalism. We are watching socialists and communists. Socialists and communists want to abolish capitalism, overthrow capitalism. When they say capitalism, they mean not only the economic model of the country, it's also the cultural model of the country. It's also the United States government. It's also the Constitution. The government right now that we have is considered to be a neoliberal government. The Constitution is a neoliberal document. These are things that uphold the current capitalist structure. When I say that these people are socialists and communists and that they are not Democrats, liberals, and progressives, when you hear the term neoliberalism, they are shitting on Democrats, socialists, and progressives. Does everyone understand this? So what they're talking about with the problem of neoliberalism and trying to reform capitalism, because the neoliberals believe capitalism can be reformed. These people do not believe capitalism can be reformed. They believe capitalism must be overthrown. Well, not exactly, because it doesn't mean pseudo, it doesn't mean fake liberal. That's not what it means. These people do not consider themselves to be liberals. Liberals are the enemy. It's more like new liberalism. That's really what it means. And again, to them it means to how they define it is anyone that wants to uphold the capitalist system. That's what it means. Anyone that wants to continue to uphold this system because they want to overthrow the system. Yes, Democrats, liberals, and progressives are neoliberals. The No Kings protests on next Saturday are organized by neoliberals. The people in the room do not see themselves as part of the neoliberal establishment. They see themselves as outside of it. Does everyone understand? If you have a question about this, it's okay to ask, but now is the time to ask, okay? I'll just do a quick pause. Does anyone have questions about this? If you have questions, we want you to ask, especially if you're new and you don't understand this. Going. I know there's a pause because there's a delay between when I say something and when you guys hear it. Okay. If anyone has a question about what I just said, please ask in the chat.
A front that you guys will be even more familiar with, which is this broader battle against neoliberalism and the reforms that we see, austerity reforms that we see are constantly pulling money away from public institutions in favor of profit. The
neoliberals are making so-called reforms that pull money away from public institutions, socialist, and make them for profit. Profit means capitalism. Okay? Does everyone get that? The neoliberals are trying to reform capitalism, not overthrow it. They take money away from public institutions, socialist institutions, and they take that money and they privatize it. Capitalism means private property ownership. It's about the privatization of resources. So they're saying the neoliberals are upholding capitalism and they're just trying to reform it. And in doing so, they're stealing money from our socialist institutions to feed it back into their private institutions. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said, 2 in the chat if you're confused. They're colonizing resources. Exactly. Yep.
This broader battle against neoliberalism and the reforms that we see, austerity reforms that we see are constantly pulling money away from public institutions in favor of profit. I did some digging into 2010, 2012 era and the formation of the Caucus of Rank and File Educators. And the story that at least was laid out to me was in response to apathy that had kind of baked in, like over time, you see 30 years of, hey, let's close this school, let's cut this mental health care facility, let's XYZ. You kind of assume that that's like the program until there's people who actively are like, no, there's something we can do. We can take it into our own hands and we can change something for the better. I wanted to ask, and this is something, I don't know if you guys have seen it in your classrooms or in your communities, Shirley, how do we deal with apathy in our communities in that same way? What I mean by that is when you talk to general people about like a strike or people in our communities, and it feels like even after the murders of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, I've seen so many people immediately like, okay, we have to do the shutdown, we have to do the lockdown. But I got as many messages, people saying like, dang, y'all didn't tell me about this. Like I was unprepared, like, or they don't know what their role in it should be. How do you, or maybe
that's a good question from Bot. Okay, what do they consider socialist institutions we have right now? Well, the public schools are certainly a socialist institution. The public schools, I mean, obviously the public schools are one of the most important socialist institutions they're worried about, right? Also, the libraries are going to be considered to be a socialist institution. Public housing would be considered to be a socialist institution. Name some in the chat if you guys come up with ideas. I've never actually answered this question before. So we have public schools, public housing, libraries. What else? Welfare. Yup. Welfare would be considered to be a socialist institution. Yup. Medicaid, probably. Social Security, probably. Yup. SNAP. Yup. That's a good list. Anything that's public, anything that is provided by the system to the public. I don't know that they consider bookstores to be socialist institutions, even though they have all their own bookstores. I think that would still be a private unless the bookstores were I think it would be more libraries than bookstores. Like I think in their ideal world, they want libraries, not bookstores. But bookstores maybe are like a transitionary thing. Police and firefight. Well, not the police. No. I understand why you say that. The police are absolutely not a socialist institution. The police are the protectors of capitalism. Firefighters, maybe. Yeah, maybe with firefighters, but not the police, not the sheriff, not the military, not ICE, not DHS, nothing that enforces borders, nothing that enforces private property. I understand why you said the police, but no, that's a big no. Public transportation, yep, that's a socialist institution.
They're apathetic. They don't think that it'll do anything. How do we have this conversation in a way that makes people understand that they have a role to fight in it too? How do we connect with people and make them understand that, yo, when you do see things as business as usual, they don't have to stay that way. And there are tools that you can use. I saw a couple hands, if you could put them back up. Okay. Let's go over here.
Over here, okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Mary Urban. First of all, thank you to the sister who put me on the prissy duck because I'm 5'11" and I also find trouble.
Yeah, generally speaking, the left doesn't actually care about religion other than co-opting religion for their own political purposes. It is a right-wing talking point that the left cares about religion. They really don't. They think that religion is just the opiate of the masses. They think religion is a coping mechanism to deal with the oppression of capitalism, and that religion will naturally go away when capitalism is abolished. The only time they really care about churches is when they're trying to co-opt churches, which they already control a lot of churches because they've co-opted them as political institutions to organize for like what they want to do. But that's really all they care about it.
You know, have trouble finding pants? But I think this ties into the last question, the last person who had a comment, because young people don't just want to see themselves in the past, they're hungry for that, and they're hungry to see themselves in the present and the future too.
Yes.
So being able to give students an avenue where they can say, okay, here's where I'm at, here's what I'm dealing with, and here's how I can move forward in a realistic sense. And we've seen a lot of people from Minnesota talking about finding different on-ramps for people. Like if you can't be out there protesting, if that's not safe for you, or if that's not just what you're able to do, what's your on-ramp? Are you going to do mutual aid? Are you going to do information spreading? Giving people different avenues. That
mutual aid is how the left is actually funded. They are not funded by George Soros. They are funded by mutual aid. Mutual aid is like fundraising. It's like passing the collection plate at church. It's like setting up a Give, Send, Go and saying, please help me do this thing. And then people donate $20 or $10 or like whatever. When they say mutual aid, they are talking about that is their source of funding. These people are not funded by George Soros. That's all right-wing bullshit. These are not paid protesters. That's all right-wing bullshit. They are funded by mutual aid.
A lot of people from Minnesota talking about finding different on-ramps for people. Like if you can't be out there protesting, if that's not safe for you, or if that's not just what you're able to do, what's your on-ramp? Are you going to do mutual aid? Are you going to do information spreading? Giving people different avenues that work for them. And when it comes to apathy, you know, also tying into the other question, like my family's a family of Trump supporters, but now they're in this terrible state of like apathy where they're like, oh my God, the president, I thought he was going to save me. Now we're at war again. Now, you know, he's not releasing the Epstein files. My dad's like a union guy for like 35 years, but he's like, oh, my union's so corrupt. Nothing's going to happen in my union. Trying to challenge that narrative. Like, you know, we have small victories, all the different triumphs of Black history in the face of like insurmountable seemingly challenge, but also like Zoran Mamdani winning in New York City. Like who thought he would have won when he was polling at like 5% at the beginning of the primary race? Like finding ways for people to see themselves like in victories and in different, you know, forms of victory, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's really important towards the point of, because I feel like it's really easy to feel like you're losing, especially when you slip into that apathy. So
and that apathy extends like past just like it goes into every industry. It goes into some teachers. It goes into students. It goes into parents. It goes into just community members, police. Like it's everywhere. So it's more so a conversation of like genuinely, how do we like? I like that you brought up on ramps because not every you can't get through to everybody or even like 15-year-old kids by being like, yeah, go out there, stand in the rain and fight for this. They're not going to understand it, especially if they don't understand history.
Or the reforms that led us to this point.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. I am a media advisor at my school. I'm the advisor for the student newspaper. I think I don't see a lot of apathy so much as I see a lack of a sense of they feel like they can have ownership over their stories, over what's going on, over educating each other. So part of my role as an advisor is to teach them how the youth can educate the youth, because it's really through them, like getting them to take ownership of their own, like everything that's going on, feeling like they.
So the teachers in the Chicago teachers unions are literally advising the students on how to recruit other students to be good leftist activists. Do you guys know the danger when conservatives run around saying they don't have jobs? Do you guys want to know why that is one of the most dangerous things that conservatives say? Because when you actually believe, as many right-wingers do, that the left doesn't have jobs, they may overlook the fact that not only does the left have jobs, not only does the left have jobs in public schools, not only does the left have jobs as teachers in public schools, where they are also advisors to your kids' after school club, where they are literally teaching the students in the after school club that they're advising in their job to recruit other students and make them more far left activists. Do you guys understand why I scream at conservatives every single time they repeat the bold-faced lie of they don't have jobs? Not only do they have jobs, they're teaching your kids how to be recruiters for the far left, and this is not just happening in Chicago. Again, please.
Of a sense of they feel like they can have ownership over their stories, over what's going on, over educating each other. So part of my role as an advisor is to teach them how the youth can educate the youth, because it's really through them, like getting them to take ownership of their own, like everything that's going on, feeling like they can do something. Like, do they have the paths and avenues to do what you're doing? You know, and they do. They have access online. They just need to be shown how to do that. And we as adults also need to learn how to take a step back and not lead the conversation, but teach them how to lead their own conversations, because that's the only way that this is going to continue for the youth. In my experience with the student journalists.
Let them be themselves.
Yeah, I think that's a huge part as well. Like we talked about this. I forget when we talked about it might have been after we talked to the kids. We talked to some kids recently in Detroit at a Boys and Girls Club, and that was a really eye-opening experience, because you hear a lot of the same things that, like, you hear some of the same things that people talk about, where laziness, obviously, but then you hear a lot more of personal responsibility. You hear a lot more.
Wait, I got to take this question from Don. I got to take it. I get so sick of trying to point out to these people what is right in front of them. It's exasperating, Karlyn. I don't know how you do it. Do you know how I do it? Really? Do you know how I do it? Weed. Drugs, basically. Conservatives have driven me so insane that that I literally need to get high to deal with them. That's the level of insanity that these people have driven me to over years and years and years of me having to hear almost every day of my life. They don't have jobs. They're paid protesters and they're all Soros funded. And you're a communist if you don't believe us. Weed is how I've done it. Don, weed. That's how. W's for Kate. Thank you for the super chat. I will dedicate this to 4 channel memberships. Thank you, Kate, for your ongoing support and generosity. We appreciate that. Guys, we are now 60 channel memberships away from the goal. Let me make you guys a deal. If we can bring in 60 more channel memberships before the end of this presentation, and we've got a fair bit of time, we have about half an hour left of this presentation to watch, which means it'll probably take us 2 hours to do it. We have about a half an hour left of this presentation. And if we can meet the channel membership goal, do you guys want to watch some of this ACT UP protest that happened earlier today? We can do like a part 2. We can do a little bit of an after party, an after show with watching some far left queer activism protests from earlier today. If we meet the channel membership goal, you guys let me know. Hey, thank you, Don, for the weed fund. I appreciate it. So that's the challenge, guys. I will keep streaming with you guys and showing you crazy shit if you meet the channel membership goal. Where the fuck? Right here. There we go.
I'm in this situation because my parents did this and I can't be like them, and I gotta just do this and I gotta do it. And they don't understand like grace. They don't understand those things that
it's not all on.
Yeah, they don't understand that they're also 15. You don't know anything about yourself. You don't know anything about
who you are
becoming or the thoughts that you're having. So I think
appreciate it.
I like how you touched on that, because this is so needed. Being able to relate to people our age, like I'm 22 years old, 21, and 26. Being able to relate to people where I remember I was in high school 3 years ago. Like I remember how I was, and I remember the things going through my head. I don't want to take up all the time.
So all of these guys are in their early 20s, basically. Who do you think kids are going to listen to? Do you think they're going to listen to fucking Kid Rock, or do you think they're going to listen to these young kids? It's like,
I think we got another one right here, but
yeah, the lack of agency, I was gonna say, is like encouraging people that their voice matters and that they can lead the discussion. I feel like that's an example we try to set as well, because you don't think 4 people our age could go out and do stuff like that. So trying to like provide
and this
that.
is an on-ramp. This is a version of an on-ramp where it's like you're not necessarily sitting there going through the documents, and whoever goes through the documents,
Sarah, thank you. Appreciate it.
But yeah, this is an on-ramp in that aspect.
Let's just do a quick celebrate. We got Sarah in with 5 channel memberships. We got Passionate joining. Thank you. Welcome to the cult, girl. We appreciate you. It's another 6. Look, we're cooking with steam now, guys. We just passed the 150 point. Guys, all downhill from here. All downhill. We've already hit 75% of the goal. I know you guys can do it. 50 more channel memberships and we're good for the day. And I will stop begging you guys for money. Thank you.
Where kids can get involved, making videos, making content, sharing videos, sharing content, things
Once
that they
see
know.
it, they believe it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I just wanted to speak about apathy and addressing apathy. I think a couple of things that you can encourage people to do and we can do is number one, like finding joy in some of the menial tasks.
Queer joy.
There's a primary coming up. And knocking doors, talking to your fellow citizens, encouraging them to vote a certain way. It's kind of like a little boring, but being able to find joy in that.
Yeah.
Second is like making clear asks of people. Say, hey, your brother or a friend.
Thank you.
Can you come out this Sunday at 1? And can you bring one other person? And then like when people get clearer asks, I think it's harder for them to like wiggle out or make an excuse to themselves. Like, as opposed to putting in the group chat, hey, does anyone want to come out? It's a little bit easier for people to get out of that in their head. And I think it's just like inertia. Like when you're not doing something, it feels easy to not feel like you matter or that you can change things. When I mean, I've knocked doors. I probably knocked, 10,000 doors in my life. It's always
Oh, that's actually a great question. What does his shirt say? Strike. It's like the Dare shirt. You're right, but it says strike. That's a strike shirt. The red hoodies that you see, those are all CTU hoodies, Chicago Teachers Union. Like red is like their color, all their hoodies and their hats are that. But that shirt specifically says strike. Very good spot.
I really hate it going into it, but 2 hours later at the end, I'm like, wow, that was great. I love talking to my fellow people. And I think just getting somebody to come out for an hour or for 2 hours to do a little bit, it gets easier to ask them to do a little bit more.
I like how you brought up the fact of just a little. I feel like people get paralyzed with the anxiety of the fact of like, oh, I have to do this. I have to be an activist. And then at that point, you don't move because it's like, well, I'm not that.
Okay, strike means basically utilizing the unions to organize to shut down the economy. So like on May 1st, 2026, what they're going to do is called a mass general strike, where basically, and they're going to try to do this nationwide, every union is going to come out and protest. They're not going to go to work that day. No one's going to go to school that day. That is a Friday. They're trying to get the students to walk out of the schools, so the schools are effectively on strike, and no one's going to go shopping that day because what they want to do is try to shut down the entire economy just to prove that they can. This is May 1st, 2026 is what they're talking about. That is May Day. May Day is a national day of leftist action. This is all leading up to a bigger mass general strike in May 2028.
Person, but in actuality, all you can
dry
do is
run for the
it starts with
revolution.
the conversation.
Or litmus test, like they'll litmus test other people that's already there. It's like, okay, if you're not doing enough, if you're not, so I think that also creates some like fear going into it to even start doing.
It's all like
especially if you're young, like if you're young, like it really is like, bro, I'm not trying. You know what I mean? Like,
because like the insecurity, even on intelligence, you like, oh, well, I'm not even smart enough to speak on that, so let me just put it away.
I want to bounce off that for the next question that I'm going to ask, which is like, we've seen so many people get activated. Like in my experience, one of my first times I think I said on like an Instagram live and was just like ranting about social issues was right after the murder of George Floyd. That was like a pretty key activation point. We see with Alex Preddy and Renee Good, like those were activation points for people where people like felt radicalized. But what we were just talking about, which is like the era of neoliberalism, it feels like it like sucks the energy out of like working people's movements or like working class movements. So I want to ask, how does the messaging or strategy change when there's not like one big event that you can immediately like get people around?
Listen,
there's so many things.
If Trump is so fucking stupid as to institute a draft, if Trump is so, you know what? Listen. It would be great for me. I'm not going to lie. It would be fucking awesome for me if Trump instituted a draft, because we would see a surgence of mass leftist action and protesting and fuckery and bullshit like we have never seen before. You want to see the world fucking explode overnight? You want to see the right lose for an entire generation, if not forever? Then that is exactly what is going to happen if Trump institutes the draft. If Trump institutes the draft, game fucking over. If Trump institutes the draft, I am going to change sides and join Antifa, because there's nothing left for me to do. Like, Trump has literally left me no option. It's either they're going to show up on my doorstep and shoot me, or I'm going to join their side and be like, okay, you guys won, I lost, I'm going to try to make the best of it, I'm going to help you guys out now. I swear to God, because there is no coming back from it if Trump institutes the draft. I promise you. That would be like the craziest bullshit that has ever happened ever. And I would cover it all, of course, and it'd be great for me. But I really don't actually want that to happen. W's Logo, thank you so much for the membership. And we'll use this towards memberships. Thank you, Kate. That's 5 more. Let me do math real quick before I forget. 157. Thank you. Appreciate it. Kate says, I have tried to warn everyone about May Day strike, including the flight attendants union. No one wants to hear it. Yep. No one wants to hear that this is going to be bad, because, guess what? Brian, that we banned in the chat earlier, is now over on my Facebook page whining and complaining. So I've now had to ban Brian on 3 different fucking places. Do you guys know why I ban first and ask questions later? Because it is always and inevitably retards like this. Block user. Block. Yes, thank you. It is always and inevitably retards like this that end up trying to destroy my work. Every single time. This is why we ban retards on this channel. They put their feelings over anything of importance, and that's why we ban them quickly. I do. Yeah, I don't really post to it, but yeah, I do actually technically have one. Yeah.
Now that we can obviously like organize around and talk about and let people know that's going on in the world. But what are some different steps that you take directly to combat that apathy when there's not like a in your face, video recording, like, oh, you see this, feel some type of way about it?
It's one query. Hold on, before we
over here. Oh, are we having, and then we'll come to you right after.
The query would be to approach this from a different perspective and look at it from a different
that guy with the red hair.
You have a viewpoint. You have a narrative that you're pushing.
Ooh!
We push so hard on our narratives on both sides that the answer is like, actually, there's my story, there's your story, and the truth lies somewhere in between. We as an organization, we as a group of human beings have to change how we do it. You've referred to people as neoliberalists. Stop referring to them that way. Stop placing them in boxes. Instead, respect them and win them over with your knowledge. My young man started talking about history. And when he started speaking of history, we have to know our history. We forget our history as all types of people. History dictates to us that those who replace the dictators usually are worse because they go 180 degrees in the other direction. Let's start to really work to truly build middle ground with our white brethren and black brethren and Hispanic brethren. We all come from Africa. If you know anything about biology, the oldest.
See, I just want to point something out about this guy. This guy's not a conservative. I know people are getting excited. They like the cut of his jib, like whatever. Some conservatives are beaming up. They're like, do we have a black Trump supporter? Like, and then because conservatives love nothing more than like a black Trump supporter. That's like their favorite thing in fucking history. That guy's not a conservative, guys. That guy is what I see typically like in black socialist spaces where he's like, can we just fucking solve problems, please? I see so much of this. I see oh my God, he's now over on my Instagram. He's literally over on my Instagram now because this guy is such a fucking retard. He's going to literally every single social media I have to whine and complain. This is like typically what I see in like black socialist spaces where they're like, there's always like a bunch of people that are like, literally, we just want to solve fucking problems. Can we solve fucking problems, please? Sometimes we have to work with other people in order to solve problems. Can we just solve problems? And this is why I don't actually spend that much time on a lot of the black socialists, because honest to God, I truly believe that if we took the black socialists aside and we were like, listen, can we get together on this anti-war shit? Can we get together on this anti-war shit and then we can kind of agree that maybe we should take some of this money that Trump is sending to Israel and put it into the public schools to make them better? Can we agree that maybe if we can just put our differences aside and come together on this anti-war shit, we can have some anti-war rallies and all that stuff, and then we recommend that Trump take this fucking $200 billion that he is going to spend going to war with Iran on behalf of Israel? We can take some of that money and put that into the public schools. Like, can we come to a compromise here? I bet you a lot of the black socialists would actually be like, yeah, that actually sounds like pretty fucking great, actually. Because a lot of them are interested in just solving problems. It's usually the white socialists that fuck all this shit up, but like, that's what you're seeing here, I promise you. Hey, thanks, average person, for the super chat. Conservatives pull this BS with us, but never with the communists. Also for one membership. All right. Yeah, conservatives never go and try to destroy the communists. They always try to destroy me when I hurt their feelings. Totally true. Thanks so much, average person. Appreciate it.
Living fossil found is in Africa, meaning we all come from the same place. We need to start focusing on our similarities and start dropping the differences. Do I respect my people that are in law enforcement? Yes, I do. Do I agree with everything that they do? No, I don't. But we should be able to disagree with our brethren without destroying them because of our narrative and what we want to do. So as a CTU member, I'm fighting for us to start accepting all people, not just the people that agree with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have one second, right quick?
He did not get applause.
I understand what you're saying. It does get to a point though where, you know, Nazis at the door.
No,
I don't feel as if
lightning bolts in the chat, please. Nazis mentioned. Obviously, we disavow all Nazis. Nazis are the worst. Nazis are going to hell. Hitler was the worst person that ever lived. Holocaust killed no less than 10 million Jews. Anyone who says the Holocaust killed less than 10 million Jews is an anti-Semite. We disavow anti-Semitism here. Bagels rule. Lightning bolts in the chat. Thank you.
I feel as if there is a middle ground that we can choose or get to with a Nazi.
Yeah. Respect
Nazis.
always.
Yeah.
I think respect always comes first, and I'll first and foremost agree with that. Here, and we can move right on to the next question. But I respect, appreciate
For,
it.
I'm an English teacher, so I traffic in narrative and I traffic in vocabulary. I've been an English teacher in South Minneapolis since 1998. George Floyd was killed 263 steps from my front door.
He's got another account he's commenting with.
By my student Darnella Frazier.
Another one I have to block.
Renee Good was killed 3 blocks from that spot. And Alex Preddy was my nurse when I had a stroke in 2023. So neoliberalism is a term, and it's just a term, but it names a thing. And so let's talk about it real quick.
Yeah.
This idea of, and I'll speak to what the brother said. This idea of how do we, in the time that there's not blood in the street, because y'all know if it bleeds, it leads. Y'all know that if there's blood in the street, my TikToks and my Venmo and my PayPal and my Cash App will start getting money because money is
So now that asshole that we banned on Twitter earlier has come on to my accounts with no less than 5 different accounts on several of my social media whining and complaining. Oh, uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh, wait, what the fuck are you saying? I recognize you, so I'm not, I would have banned you, but I feel like you're saying something different that I'm interpreting. Yeah, yeah.
personal power
On
and
time.
folks who can't come to George Floyd Square, which is the longest running
Oh!
protest spot.
Is this Karen? Did she say her name?
This idea of
Is that the woman from Minneapolis? Am I crazy? Yeah, that's the woman from Minneapolis. That's the head of the Minneapolis Education Federation. Yeah, it's the same fucking person.
and I'll speak to what the brother said. This idea of how do we, in the time that
She's a revolutionary communist, by the way. We watched her many times.
there's not blood in the street, because y'all know if it bleeds, it leads. Y'all know that if there's blood in the street, my TikToks and my Venmo and my PayPal and my Cash App will start getting money because money is portable personal power. And folks who can't come to George Floyd Square, which is the longest running protest spot in American history, we took those streets and we haven't given it up, right?
Well, okay. So the question is, so now a woman not from this area is influencing. Well, okay. So one of the things you need to understand, and this is a little in the weeds, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. When we're talking about far left activism in the Midwest, there's a corridor in the Midwest that basically goes from Milwaukee to Chicago to Indiana to Michigan. Minnesota might be before Michigan. I forget if Michigan or Minnesota is first, but it spans the range from Milwaukee, Chicago, Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota. And along that corridor, there is a shit ton of far left activism. Antifa, as we know it today, the organization that became Antifa today, started in Minneapolis. And then there's a whole bunch of far left groups along that kind of like Midwest corridor that communicate with each other, that work with each other, that goes to each other's events. This woman has been very, very visible in the anti-ICE organizing in Minneapolis. She was probably brought into this conference by the CTU because they know who she is. She's the president of the Education Federation in Minneapolis. So she's the president of the local teachers union there. They probably brought her in to do like a special talk at their conference or something like that. So that's why she's getting up now like she owns the place, because she's like a special featured speaker. But it's not like totally out of the realm of what you might expect to happen, just because Marcia, thank you. Fucking hell, I could not remember her name. She is a Karen, but that's not her name. Marcia, thank you, Reagan. They're just like along with that corridor, there's just a lot of activism that goes on in that corridor, and that's kind of important to understand.
Right? They will give portable personal power in the form of money. Oh, what can I do? I'll give you this, and we'll have attention and we'll have eyes, just like they do for 38th and Chicago Avenue, and they'll do for 35th and Portland, where Renee died, and they'll do for 26th and Nicollet Avenue on the streets of Minneapolis, where Alex died, right? But then a month later, people are asking, did you go see Macbeth playing at the Guthrie? All right, right? Are you going to see the Dropkick Murphys doing a tribute concert? Because that's how
Fucking
American
Dropkick
psychology
Murphys have to be
is.
socialist.
Eventually, people will get back to
Very
normalcy.
disappointing.
And the question was, how do you, in the meantime, in between time, keep the fight up? What you do is remind people is that there will not always be a high-profile body. But there, after George Floyd, there was Daunte Wright, there was Dalal Eid, there was Winston Boogie Smith, who was killed on 6/3/2021. He was also a student of mine. And I can tell you, they killed him the day that they tried to open George Floyd Square as a distraction. Winston Smith, named after, same name as the lead character in 1984, which I taught him, right? As a distraction to get us to move from one place to the other, just like Alex Preddy was killed the day after January 23rd, the largest fucking strike since the general strike in 1934 in Minneapolis.
Talk about it.
They don't change their playbook, right?
Nope. It's been the same.
History does not repeat itself, it rhymes, and we recognize the beat on January 24th is when they killed Alex Preddy, but on the 22nd, DHS said, let the arrests and memes continue. And in my inbox, because I'm constantly being trolled, after he died, but before his identification, someone said, how's it going? Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
y'all prepare. Prepare.
Yeah.
So I don't care what y'all call it, bruh. Prepare.
I think. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. And the reason why I asked the question earlier is because I think it's a hard conversation.
Yeah.
But you have to have it because it's a hard conversation we have to have when these people end up dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every single time we're sitting and we have to have the same conversation. So at a certain point, I think it's the definition of insanity to not pull back and say, okay, what led us to this point?
Yeah.
If it happens to be fascist policy, if it happens to be neoliberal policy, if it happens to be socialist policy, and we call it that and point out the flaws in that and figure out where we can do better as a group. But I don't think that we should get scared by terms, because if we get scared by terms, then when it actually rubber meets the road, you're gonna be scared there as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Those
and the reason why I bring this up is I do want us to continue moving through to what does a May Day 2026 actually look like?
Yeah.
What things should we be doing now? Because it feels like there's less and less in between time now, because every time we look at our phone, is something crazy happening.
Yeah.
But what are some of the things that we can actually do or that we need to start doing in order to make this thing a reality moving forward? So I want to start again from this base level of maybe someone who's not familiar with the organizing space or somebody who is a student on their phone. What is in your opinion, the very first thing I should do or look out for as a community member who wants to get involved in something like May Day?
I wanted to speak to neoliberalism, but I also want to make it relevant to your question. Because I want to talk about making connections. I think a lot of times when we talk about neoliberalism and we talk about critiquing capitalism, we put it in a box of economy.
I'm sorry, what did I tell you guys earlier? Neoliberals are Democrats, liberals, and progressives that want to uphold the capitalist system. When they are critiquing neoliberals, they are critiquing capitalism. She just said it. When they're critiquing neoliberals, they are critiquing capitalism, the capitalist system that creates all the problems in the world that they want to overthrow. And they do not support neoliberals who want to make small little reforms to fix capitalism, because they don't believe capitalism can be fixed. Did anyone doubt me? Does anyone owe me a $2 Karlyn is right super chat? Did you say, Karlyn, does neoliberal really mean capitalism? Yes. Yes, neoliberal really means capitalism. W's in the chat, channel logo. I really appreciate the channel membership, bro. Getting us closer to our goal. Guys, we are but 41 memberships away from our goal. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. We'll watch some protest coverage if we do. Thank you, Eddie, for the super chat. Thanks for pulling back the curtain. Appreciate the education. By the way, the whole family is watching here. Well, I certainly hope I'm not offending anyone with my swearing. And if someone is offended that I use cuss words, I'm sorry, but I am who I am. It is what it is. But I do appreciate you guys watching. Thank you, Eddie and family, for joining me today for Socialism Saturday. Appreciate you guys. Let's listen again.
Wanted to speak to neoliberalism, but I also want to make it relevant to your question, because I want to talk about making connections. I think a lot of times when we talk about neoliberalism and we talk about critiquing capitalism, we put it in a box of economy, and we ignore the fact that capitalism in this country especially cannot exist without the pillaging of Latin America and the theft of Black bodies. And without patriarchy, without ableism, we define...
She's given the greatest hits. She's given all the bullet points of capitalism for us. Oh, this is fucking great. Okay, again, socialist teacher, tell us about capitalism.
Because I want to talk about making connections. I think a lot of times when we talk about neoliberalism and we talk about critiquing capitalism, we put it in a box of economy, and we ignore the fact that capitalism in this country especially cannot exist without the pillaging of Latin America and the theft of Black bodies. And without...
When she says the theft of Black bodies, what does she mean? When she says the theft of Black bodies, what does she mean? Capitalism led to the theft of Black bodies. What does she mean when she says the theft of Black bodies? She means slavery. Slavery is the theft of Black bodies, the ownership of Black bodies, stealing the bodies from Africa and slave shipping them over to America and then making them private property. She's listing, guys, like when she says the pillaging of Latin America, that's not related to the Black bodies thing. She's basically listing a whole bunch of issues she has with capitalism. She just gave an awkward pause that made it seem like it was the same issue. It's not the same issue. She's saying capitalism led to the pillaging of Latin America. Capitalism led to the theft of Black bodies. Capitalism led to patriarchy, imperialism, blah, blah, blah. She's going to list a whole bunch of them. Listen to what she's saying.
Liberalism, but I also want to make it relevant to your question, because I want to talk about making connections. I think a lot of times when we talk about neoliberalism and we talk about critiquing capitalism, we put it in a box of economy, and we ignore the fact that capitalism in this country especially cannot exist without the pillaging of Latin America and the theft of Black bodies. And without patriarchy, without ableism, we define disability based on who is not valuable and productive for capitalism.
And that is the basis of disability studies or crip theory. We don't do a lot based on crip theory, but I keep saying over and over again, we really need to get into crip theory. Crip theory is the idea that capitalism oppresses people that are not able-bodied, that are disabled or crippled, because capitalism believes that disabled or crippled people cannot be productive in a capitalist economy. That is the basis of disability studies, guys. Does everyone understand that? Yeah, there's a lot of gold in this one. Lots to unpack.
Patriarchy, without ableism, we define disability based on who is not valuable and productive for capitalism. And so these are all connected. And when we see in our neoliberal hellhole, where we live today, where everything must be a market, right? And we see the shrinking and the shrinking.
He just said the neoliberal hellhole in which everything has to be a market. When she says markets, she means capitalism. In this neoliberal hellhole where everything has to be a market. Listen. This is the stuff we listen for, guys, when they're really going into the definitions of their words so we can pick apart everything that they're saying to get their true underlying meaning. It's important that we understand them saying this in context, because that's when the meanings of the words really come out. The meanings of the words doesn't come out in the dictionary definition of the word. The meanings of the words come out with how the words are being used in context, in the real world, in the environments that are influencing these people. Yes, this is a capitalist hellhole, a neoliberal hellhole, where every single thing is impacted by capitalism, where capitalism creates all problems.
in our neoliberal hellhole where we live today, where everything must be a market, right? And we see the shrinking and the destruction of public spaces and the public good and the ever expanding monstrosity of militarized policing. What we're seeing is the destruction.
Police are the protectors of capitalism. Police are the protectors of private property. I'm explaining what they believe, not what I believe. So police are the people that enforce capitalism. That is why the left is so big on abolish the police, defund the police, because they believe that you cannot abolish the capitalist system without getting rid of the people who enforce it. ACAB means all cops are bastards. When they say cops, they also mean the military. They also mean ICE. They also mean DHS. They mean all of those things. The militarized police. Yup, anytime you see the 1312, that means ACAB, all cops are bastards.
The shrinking and the destruction of public spaces and the public good and the ever expanding monstrosity of militarized policing. What we're seeing is the destruction of caregiving and life-giving work. And even though I see men, women, and friends beyond the binary with me in this room.
Friends beyond the binary, that means beyond the gender binary. That means abolish the gender binary because they don't want men and women to exist. They believe that men and women are socially constructed categories based on, you guessed it, capitalism. Is the sex worker movement entangled in this? Yes. Yeah, there's 100% a sex worker movement, but it's a little bit different. We cover it sometimes, but yeah, they are very, very pro sex worker for sure. Thank you so much, Channel Log Up, for the membership. Guys, can we have a conversation? We are now 40 memberships away from the goal. That means if just 8 people, I think I'm doing the math correctly. If just 8 people send in 5 channel memberships, we hit the goal. If we hit the goal, we'll watch some additional protest coverage after this that happened earlier today. It's up to you guys. I would love to meet the goal. I think we can do it. 8 more people send in 5 channel memberships, we're already there. If 1 person sends in 50 channel memberships, we're already there. If 2 people send in 20, we're already there. If 4 people send in 10, we're already there. Like, it's so easy. If 40 people send in 1, we're already there. Up to you guys. Let me know. How many people has okay, this is what we call a debunk. And we do not do this on Socialism Saturday because they don't give a fuck. No debunking, guys. No debunking. W's in the chat. Passionate. Thank you so much. W's in the chat from Malcolm giving 10. We got 5 from Passionate. We got 10 from Malcolm. Look at that. Look how easy it is, guys. We're 25 away. 25 away. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. I saw a question though. So do you think educators believe that academic teaching contributes to capitalism? No, because they teach in the public school system. The public school is public. The public school is socialist. The public school is controlled by the left. The academics are the left. So nope, that's not contributing to capitalism. Thank you for the question. It's not much, but donate to the membership goal. Hey, bro, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. I will definitely donate it to the member goal. You rock. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Let's keep going.
Culturally, teaching is a feminized profession. So regardless of your gender identity, all of you are being treated like women. And capitalism, the mothers in here know that capitalism would not function without women's free labor.
Yeah.
Right?
How many people, oh no, drop the cap to my water. How many people at some point in the last week have heard me say the following? The left believes that capitalism created the socially constructed categories of gender, men and women. They believe that capitalism put men in the workplace where they had all the power and all the money, and it put women in the home to do the unpaid labor of having and raising the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. One in the chat if you have heard me say that or something to that effect in the last week. 2 in the chat if you've never heard me say that before. 1 in the chat if you've heard me say that. 2 in the chat if you haven't heard me say that. Listen.
Feminized profession. So regardless of your gender identity, all of you are being treated like women. And capitalism, the mothers in here know that capitalism would not function without women's free labor.
Women's free labor is what they believe women do in the home to raise the next generation of proletarian workers under capitalism. That means children. Capitalism would not function without women being in the home to raise the children for free so the children can grow up to become good little robots under capitalism. This comes from a concept called social reproduction theory. Social reproduction theory means that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. They believe they need to disrupt the nuclear family in order to disrupt the social reproduction of capitalism through the raising of the children with capitalist values in the nuclear family, where they then go in to be oppressed proletarian workers in the workplace. This is why they want to abolish the gender binary, abolish the socially constructed categories of men and women. When they say non-binary, they, them, that literally means no binary. They are outside of the gender binary. That's going to lead to the destruction of the nuclear family, which is where they believe capitalism is reproduced. You guys asked me earlier, are there queer teachers in Chicago? That one. That's a queer Marxist right there. Might look like an innocent white lady, might look like a liberal white lady. You might even mistake her for a Democrat. No. That woman is actively expressing the core ideology behind queer Marxism. If I went too fast for anyone, please let me know. I can totally break that down a little bit more if you have questions. But I did a whole show on this on Thursday about the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto. We read half of that. I would strongly recommend, if you're interested in this topic, we read the first half of the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto on Thursday. We're going to read the second half, I think, on Monday. I think that's what we're going to do. And so if you want to know more about that, come to any of the streams where I'm talking about queer Marxism or gender or anything like that, and I will explain much more in depth. It's listening one more time.
And life-giving work. And even though I see men, women, and friends beyond the binary with me in this
Beyond
room,
the binary.
culturally, teaching is a feminized profession. So regardless of your gender identity, all of you are being treated like women. And capitalism, the mothers in here know that capitalism would not function without women's free labor.
Yeah.
Right?
Raising them kids, man.
So we need to make
It's a
these
100K
connections
job.
and make them for our young people and make them for our colleagues. I'm one of 3 white people who work at my school. My school is predominantly Latina, all women.
You don't
and I am
say.
watching my colleagues, my family, experience collective trauma.
Collective trauma.
Take your time.
And I'm going to share a story of hope. One of my colleagues, her husband is undocumented. And they were on the expressway. The police lights go on behind.
Hang on. One in the chat if you think her colleague's husband should be deported. 2 in the chat if he can stay. We're about to see what everyone's real values are. Are you fascist enough to be on this channel? 1 in the chat if you think her colleague's husband should be immediately deported. 2 in the chat if he can stay. Yep, not a single 2. Deport. Sorry, bitch. He's going back. Back to Mexico.
Experience collective trauma.
Take your time.
And I'm going to share a story of hope. One of my colleagues, her husband is undocumented. And they were on the expressway. The police lights go on behind them. She looks in the rear view and it is ice. She's with her husband. And then she said her heart stopped. She pulls off the highway. She's by the exit of 94 on 18th Street. And she's just there saying, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? She looks to her left. There is a Black woman
driving. She doesn't know this woman. The woman goes like this, like pull up, pull up. And this stranger to her pulls in behind her and stops. And she goes. And she told me this story and said, that woman is my angel. I will never see her. I will never know who she is. And I don't know if she was safe that day. I have also heard my Latina colleagues tell me about how it feels to feel like a criminal, to feel in danger wherever they go. And I have heard more than one of them say, this is what it must feel like to be Black. And so making those connections is so powerful. And that is what they want us not to do. When my members at my school say, oh my God, I'm so scared they're writing op-eds about CTU in the New York Times, I say it's because they're scared of us. Teachers can make those connections for our community. We are organizers, whether we believe it or not. We are the safety team for moms who are being abused, right? We are the people who are getting deportations reversed. We are the people who are getting food to families who are scared to go to work because of ICE. We're already doing the work, and then
Making those connections is super important because there's so much education involved. I feel like that is y'all's specialty, and along with that work, that is a perfect through line to get people, at least, and young people, to understand where people are coming from. I feel like it's a when you look at it, I remember I was reading stuff like Illinois policy. It makes you think like a neutral name like that sounds like it's a neutral perspective. But it's only until you make those connections that you're able to elucidate, like, okay, what's the real problem? What's the real fight? What's the real accountability look like? Does anyone else want to speak to the question of what is one of the first steps that people should be looking for? Yes, back there.
Hello, hello.
There we go.
Okay. I was about to start chanting. I'll see to who. But I do want to be brief because most of what I want to say has already been said. But the main thing, kind of to the point that the brother was making earlier about the word neoliberalism, what I'm hearing from people who are talking about fighting against neoliberalism, they're not talking about fighting against the word. They're not talking about fighting against an idea or fighting against a narrative. They're talking about fighting about things that are really happening in real people's real lives. So neoliberalism is not just a dirty word. It is an actual set of policies which has created a set of conditions where instead of funds being used to provide healthcare, housing, and a quality education to our students, these funds are being used to round up our students' families in the streets. They're being used to kick in people's doors and raid their apartment complexes. They're being used to bomb Iran and Venezuela and Palestine.
Neoliberalism is about taking money away from socialism, public schools, public healthcare, public housing, and dedicated to institutions that are created by capitalism, the police, ICE, DHS, the military. These are not liberals. They hate liberals. They believe that liberals are neoliberals that take money from their socialist institutions and dedicate it to the institutions that are enforcing capitalism. Yeah, this is actually a really great way to put it. Neoliberalism is the colonization of public resources. Listening on.
So neoliberalism is not just a dirty word. It is an actual set of policies which has created a set of conditions where instead of funds being used to provide healthcare, housing, and a quality education to our students, these funds are
No. One in the chat if these people run as Democrats, two in the chat if these people do not run as Democrats. Don't let Zoram and Dami fool you. He wasn't a Democrat either. One in the chat if these people run as... No, they don't. They don't. One in the chat if these people run as Democrats. Two in the chat if these people do not run as Democrats. You're confused if you think they're running as Democrats. Zoram and Dami is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. And by the way, Zoram Mandami isn't far left enough for these people. Zoram Mandami is a neoliberal to these people. No, they don't run as Democrats. Nope. Wrong, Malcolm. Wrong. No, they don't. No. Have you guys learned nothing? Like, for real? Have you guys learned nothing? Actually, most of the people agreed with me. Most people correctly said these people don't run as Democrats. No, they don't. They run as DSA. They run as Working Families Party. If they run at all, because most of the people in this room are actually revolutionary socialists that don't believe in elections. Most of the people in the no, you're confused. You think you are still new here, and you are probably still under the mistaken impression that Democrats and socialists are the same thing. They are not the same thing. People who are running as Democrats, unless they have explicitly co-opted the Democratic nomination like the DSA did in New York City, that is an exception. If they are running as Democrats, and they are a member of the fucking Democratic Party, and they're not saying, we're just fucking around with you guys to take your organizing apparatus and use it for ourselves, then they are not fucking socialists. They are actually Democrats. They are neoliberals. If they are running, the people who are running as Democrats in Delaware are neoliberals. They are not socialists. If they were running as socialists in Delaware specifically, they would probably be part of the Working Families Party. The Working Families Party is explicitly anti-Democrat. They're running. We just watched an organizing call with the Working Families Party. What was it, like last week, 2 weeks ago, where they explicitly said we are running against no, young one, no. You think you know things you don't know. Time to shut up and learn. No, what you're doing is not listening. What you're doing is not listening to the information that we're giving you because you think you know everything and you don't. Yo, Andre, $50. Thank you for the super chat. I will count it towards channel memberships. Thanks so much, bro. Really appreciate that. That's going to be 10 channel memberships. So that's getting us ever closer. See, now people are gaming the system, I feel like. You guys are gaming the system. I'm going to allow it this time. I'm going to think about this, though. Kate, thank you so much. See, okay, guys, if you can send memberships, can you please just send memberships? Like, honestly, like, I don't like the gaming of the system with the super. I know I said you could do this. I feel like it's being gamed now, but that's okay. I'm going to allow it. And because I do appreciate it, because the support is awesome. Memberships. I live in a country where the far left school board or county rather, where the far left school board has literally called parents, if you don't agree with them, terrorists. If you don't think it's happening where you are, you're in cognitive dissonance. Yup. True. Thank you so much. Okay, let me see. That was 10, and then that was another 4. I have to do fucking math now. Fuck you guys. Okay, guys, we're 10 away from the goal. We're gonna hit it. I can feel it. Yo, Red Menace Nick just sent in 5. W's Red Menace Nick. We appreciate it, bro. Guys. We are 5 channel memberships away from the goal. Can some intrepid warrior get us Cynthia did it. Boom. 5 get to channel memberships. W, Cynthia. Thank you so much, Cynthia. I knew Cynthia wanted to be the one to put us over the finish line. Now, guys, even though we've met the channel membership goal, if you still want to give channel memberships, you totally can. But I really, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for supporting the work I do through the super chats, through the channel memberships. You guys make it possible for me to hold classes like this live on the internet. I really appreciate it. You guys rock. Let's continue listening.
Being used to round up our students' families in the streets. They're being used to kick in people's doors and raid their apartment complexes. They're being used to bomb Iran and Venezuela and Palestine and so many other places. And the only thing, so I really appreciate the historical examples that people have brought up. The only thing that is capable of defeating this is organized people power, is when we get together and we unite. And we've seen this throughout history from the Haymarket, movement.
Oh, good, Nick. Don't worry about it.
Through to, I'm from Johannesburg, South Africa, through to the fight against apartheid. We saw that the only thing that defeats the power of the ruling class, the power of the rich and powerful and the white supremacists, is when the people who are working class, the people who are oppressed, when we unite and we fight back, and that's the only way that we can win.
Yes.
Solidarity, come on.
Talk about it. Yes. We have one more as well.
Right there, ready?
Oh, yeah. Again, so the question being, what are some of the first steps that we should look for towards May Day 2026 for people who want to get involved?
I would say one of the first steps. Well, first and foremost, what's the word, bro? Hey, I want to say thank y'all for what y'all doing for the community, bro. For the young people, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm be honest. Growing up where I grew up at, politics wasn't really a priority to us because we never seen difference in our neighborhoods physically.
Yeah.
So it wasn't something that was a priority until I started to understand that everything is political, right?
Yeah.
That's the root of a
Hey,
lot of things.
listen. You're getting a lot of answers from people that are correct that you don't want to hear. I need you to stop distracting from Socialism Saturday now, though, because I don't want this arguing to continue in the chat. We know you're not correct. You're reacting with cognitive dissonance because you have been fooled by other media you consume to think you're correct when you're not correct. I know what's going on in Delaware. We monitor this all over the fucking country. I need the arguing to stop now. I'm being nice to you because you're new on the channel. You became a channel member today. I really do appreciate that. You sent in some gifted channel memberships. I do appreciate that. I am asking you to stop the arguing because it is now distracting.
Within our community, but the first thing I would suggest is make like the terminology that we using, say it in layman's terms so people can understand. It'll be more trustable, right? Just taking into accountability that the fact that everybody may not be educated to the point where they can understand these terminologies. So if I don't understand you, I can't trust you. So so breaking it down to a perspective where a child can understand you, right? So they can be clear, right? And even so much, practicing what I preach, I try to do the same thing for the youth that I work with. So I'm a dean at Tilton Elementary. I got an after-school program mentoring kids, teaching them things that a father would teach them, seeing the lack of that in that community, right? So I'm convicted by a Bible verse, James 4:17, for the one that knows the good that he ought to do. If he don't do it, it's sin to him. And so I'm convicted by that, right? So just saying that it was a need. My second day at my school, I had 3 young boys. This is what made me want to do it. They was dissing each other dead father like F your dad did it. Right? This is the culture that they're around. And so even finding out and sitting down, all of their fathers passed away. I would never believe this if somebody told me this. And through this, I worked at a juvenile for
I would never believe this if someone told me this.
4 years. Seeing the connection of the school to prison pipeline and the need of that to be dismantled. Seeing the social promotion of a child being passed to a next
I can't even
grade
do black accent.
without the understanding of where they at right now and still passing them through. By the time they get to high school, they're gonna drop out because it's too much for them. And for y'all to intimidate us and say that if you won't provide funding, if we don't produce the results, and yet you're not putting them in a position to win. So if they get that and they drop out, how can I survive? I gotta go out and I gotta do something that I know what's around me already. And this is a disinvestment in our community and it's white supremacy as a whole. And that needs to be attacked. I'm like, I wonder do people see this? Or is they too scared to go for it? Because it can get like that if it needs to be. You get what I'm saying?
By the way, I just want everyone to take a moment. This guy's probably an English teacher. I'm gonna say that again. There is a non-zero chance that this guy is an English teacher. Everyone think about that. We're just gonna put that one aside.
I just don't appreciate that. So going back to the question, man, I think the first step would be going to layman's terms and breaking it down to children so that the adults of all understandings can get it. Thank you.
I want to speak to that. I want to speak to that. I want to speak to that. Putting it in layman's terms for people, because there was one thing I seen on Instagram. It was this young girl. She was like, what, 6?
Yeah, I agree that Amalek needs to stop fucking around and actually just create content, because he obviously wants to create content. So maybe he should just stop fucking around and commit to it. I agree. I concur.
17, and she had like the eureka moment. She was like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on in the world. Everything's falling, crashing. Trump's in office. He a pedophile. He doing all this. She asked the question like, what should I do? Like, she feels so lost.
Yo, thank you. Appreciate it. W.
And everybody in the comments just said the simplest thing. We got to get him at midterms. It's very simple. You don't got to go into like detail of what is going on and stuff. It's just the simplicity of it is that the midterms will come. We need to put the people in position that will then remove Trump out the office.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
You can apply that. You can apply.
The midterms will come and we need to elect people that are going to impeach and remove Trump. I think that would be pretty great. Honestly, like, I'm actually in favor of this. That's a really good talking point. I think that Trump does need to be impeached, and I think Trump does need to be removed. I think there needs to be sent a clear fucking message to everyone that if someone wants to get down on their knees to continue to suck off Bibi Netanyahu time after time after time after time after time, then that is just not acceptable behavior, and we won't tolerate this shit. And I don't care if you're on the left or the right. It is time for Trump to be impeached and removed. And the only way to do that is to massively throw the midterms to the Democrats so that they can take care of that shit. Because God knows the Republicans aren't going to do it.
By that same thing too, made it.
Yeah, I think, and I really kind of, I lived that experience, right? I think like the way we kind of got started as well, like JJ, like he the genius of the group. He the
yes, everybody genius.
Karlyn.
I hate when they do that.
No, and I don't do that to patronize him. I do that to say he's genuinely. Some people process information, and I know y'all know. Some people process information.
Yeah, well, I recall that we were supposed to do content together, and then you fucking bailed. Like I don't know. I'm not gonna say a loser or something, but we were gonna do stuff together, and then you said I'm not creating content anymore with anyone. And I said, okay, well, fine. If that's the way you want to be, that's fine. And then you started going on Adam's show all the time. And it kind of seemed like you were creating content. You just bailed on me. And I was really offended by that. And I'm not happy about it, Amalek. And that sucks and it's dumb and you should stop. You should stop.
Education in a certain way. For instance, JJ's a sponge.
Visual learners.
He could read 3 articles and understand them and you know, speak to it. And I wasn't like that in school. I was the type of person where I'm repetition. So I can maybe see one passage, something over and over and over again, and I'm gonna get it, right? I think it's so important to go into these communities and speak in layman's terms, because it's like, I remember how I felt with that. Even talking about midterms, right? People don't know, like young kids don't know what midterms is.
And then on top of it, it's so intimidating when you don't.
And I'm gonna keep it a bean. Excuse my French, they don't give no fuck. Like, I'm gonna keep it a bean. The little kids that's in these schools don't care about none of that shit if that's the way you're trying to reach to them. Education has always been such a barrier for Black and brown kids in this country, and we know why. So we have to create, and I'm gonna use it again, we have to create on-ramps for everybody to get involved. Like, whether that's talking about midterms to some people who get it, or whether that's going at the baseline of what are you unhappy with in your community? What are you unhappy with in your family? What are you unhappy? And start breaking down those narratives, whether it's into
they're all
going
connected.
into, say it again?
Is it because they're all connected?
Yeah, everything is connected in that aspect.
I did want to ask this as well. What does discipline look like from now until a May Day? Whether that's messaging discipline, whether that's
investing in mutual aid,
whether that's your kids investing in their own education and
talking to parents.
What does this discipline look like from now until
Can I add one before we ask?
Yeah.
I really appreciate what you said about the fact of like people just don't know, and you got to put on the lamest kind of terms and like not be so educated, because like I feel like we lack so much patience. Like, we're not patient and empathetic with people no more. Like, if you actually give people the time, and it's so easy to just throw money at an organization, be like, you know what, let's just have people come here and just talk and just let it go, instead of just getting uncomfortable and trying to meet them in the middle and give them time.
We see how much work gets done when you do offer that time. I think, like you said, the floor is on fire. So a lot of the times we're like, okay, shit's happened. No, we got to do this. No, we can't worry about it. And the reality of it is that even if we do get a buzz, you'll get a buzz for 5 years. And then when some people start retiring, some people start slowing down, you'll have a younger generation that's like, bro, I'm not picking up this shit. Like,
so how do we develop the discipline to launch this into a broader, like, stay together? We have this side. We have a lot of hands on. You got it right here. Yep.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for being here. Yeah. So like discipline, I think, is a great word. Especially as it relates to your earlier question around like, what do you do in between the periods of crisis, right? And like that's maybe we're in this little window, if you could even call it that, where there's no acute, there's no killing in the street, right, or some major thing. But like I think what we're practicing at CTU is we're trying to keep that discipline. So like, for example, who here filled out those posters a few weeks ago, getting everyone in their building to sign on saying like, we're ready to take action on May Day. So hopefully we got some hands there, right? Like we did that at my school. We have over 100, we have about 100 CTU members. We're one of the biggest elementary schools in Chicago. And like,
we have over 100 CTU members at one of the biggest elementary schools in Chicago. Just saying. Just saying.
you had people writing, eat the rich on this poster. You had people like texting me after being like, when's the general strike? Like, when's it happening? People I hadn't even talked to about this stuff, like people saying, oh, this is a no-brainer, right? And like, this is a new person at my school who I hadn't had that conversation with, but like that poster now hangs near where we sign in, near where we clock in, right? We did a poll at our school, close to 70% are ready to take a one-day strike on May Day, and that's like before we've even done the due diligence of like going.
What? I'm sorry, what? 70% of the people at the largest elementary school in Chicago are ready to strike on May Day. Again, sir, teacher, elementary school teacher.
Hangs near where we sign in, near where we clock in, right? We did a poll at our school, close to 70% are ready to take a one-day strike on May Day, and that's like before we've even done the due diligence of like go and make sure we talk to every person one-on-one. This number's already at 70%, right? So it's like, so then it comes out like the next 2 months or whatever, like what are the tests, what are like the ramps that you go up with to start having those conversations, whether you're like charting out your whole staff list and see.
Yo, W for It's Mr. Doctor, 5 channel memberships. Really appreciate it, bro. Welcome to the new channel members. Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
Like who's talking to who, and then having that spread, within the community to families and things like that. So all of that takes like a disciplined level of work so that we're ready.
Yeah, so like bringing something that's physical as well. I like that. Like if you have an engaging opportunity like that, especially with kids, like they'll be able to latch on to something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe you haven't gone and strike yet, but like now you have something that's at least a kind of commitment to be like, okay, I'm familiarized with this.
And involving the kids in that as well will benefit in how do we turn that one-day strike into a 2-day strike? How do we turn it into a 3-day strike? It's like that educating people, because the one-day strike is good and it'll always be good. But educating people around these things, educating the parents and the children around these things is how we draw out those strikes to where they can be very much like more effective.
Yeah. People could get on board too, because I remember
Educating the parents and the children is how we draw out the strikes to make them much more effective.
Opportunity like that, especially with kids, like
and by effective, again, what they mean by effective is shutting down the economy to push a far left political agenda.
Be able to latch on to something like that. Maybe you haven't gone and strike yet, but like now you have something that's at least a kind of commitment to be like, okay, I'm familiarized with this.
And involving the kids in that as well will benefit in how do we turn that one-day strike into a 2-day strike? How do we turn it into a 3-day strike? It's like that educating people, because the one-day strike is good and it'll always be good. But educating people around these things, educating the parents and the children around these things is how we draw out those strikes to where they can be very much like more effective.
Yeah. People could get on board too, because I remember it was with the No Kings Parade, or No Kings, people call it the No Kings Parade, but it was the No Kings protest. One thing that I seen after the protest was concluded was a lot of people saying, oh, it's performative, because everybody wasn't like giving demands at the protest. And it was like,
you see that French Revolution in your brain, especially if you don't have the baseline of what
where to start
look like.
And the perspective of it being a 2, 3, 4-day thing, people that have been sitting back like, man, they not doing nothing. Wait a minute, hold on. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days.
That's a whole nother thing of like narrative control, because like, why are you wasting the time and energy on a good thing and calling it performative when these people are out here for a genuine reason?
Yeah. So I want to, because they know they're gonna drag us up off this stage. But okay, and to kind of bring back everything that I've heard, it seems as though leading into something like a May Day 2026, the fight needs to be kept up on centering people in this movement.
Yeah.
I feel like people in general, and I feel like young people of all demographics, all backgrounds, get more enlightened when you center them within this, because it takes it out of those history books.
Yeah.
We are in an unprecedented time. So being able to pull on things that can directly connect with people to get them involved is very important. Getting people before they get slipped down these rabbit holes, whether they're created by AI or whether they're created by Illinois Policy Institute. Getting people the education, even if it's uncomfortable, even if there's disagreements, before we slip down those rabbit holes, creating on-ramps for everybody for as much as possible. You guys are already familiar with all that work, and continuing those conversations. I feel like the main thing that we all forget during times like this is how connected we are, how much humanity is our kind of shared characteristic. So there are people who make money keeping everybody in silos. And it seems as though the best way to show solidarity, especially in the third biggest city, is to unabashedly have those conversations and break down those silos.
Yeah, talking to people and educating the uneducated, right? Educating the uneducated and not educating the ignorant. And I think that's a very distinct difference on who's ignorant to certain situations and who's uneducated to certain situations.
Yeah. Do you guys have any other closing remarks before I get into this? Thank you guys for having us.
Focus on young people.
For having us.
Focus on young people.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Not only is this dope to kind of get out there and get the thoughts moving, but also this is something that needs to happen a lot. I know he said every Friday and we were a joke, but for real.
All right. We're done with the first part of the stream. We're done with the hard part. We're done with watching this presentation from the Chicago Teachers Union. Now let me ask you guys this. One in the chat, if you learned something new in the course of watching this that you didn't already know. 2 in the chat if you knew all this and there was no new information tonight. 1 in the chat if you learned something new in the course of Socialism Saturday so far. 2 in the chat if you knew all this and there was no new information. Awesome. Looks like straight ones in the chat. With the exception of 1 or 2 smartasses. And the people who put 2 have been here for a long time, so that's okay, actually. Awesome. So lots of people learned lots of new things tonight. That's awesome. I really appreciate it. Now, I did promise you guys a little bit of an after party. I did promise you guys we were going to do something else. If you met the channel membership goal, you did meet the channel membership goal. And I kind of want to watch a little bit of this protest from earlier. You guys want to watch a leftist protest from earlier in the day? This is a protest hosted by the... Yeah. I learned you weren't bullshitting when you said watching would be the hardest part. Oh yeah, we trained for this shit, bro. We train for this shit. We can sit through, in this community, there are days where we watch 12 plus hours of socialism. No joke. We train for this shit. This is how we find all the clips of them calling to overthrow the government. So welcome, bro. You made it. That's it's like going to the gym. You got to work it out a little bit and then it gets easier. Anyway, I want to watch some of this protest from earlier in the day. This is a little bit of an after party. This is a protest that took place earlier today in New York City. It was streamed on Status Quo News, and it was hosted by one of our favorite leftist organizations, the fucking ACT UP movement. The ACT UP movement, the originators of militant queer Marxist activism in the 80s. The ACT UP movement is still around today. They're still causing problems today. They did a bunch of speeches today in New York, and I want to watch some of them. So that's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to chill out. We're going to watch some protest coverage. If you guys want to send in super chats and channel memberships, that would be rad. But I really do appreciate everyone who has sent in super chats and channel memberships so far. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do. I really, really appreciate you guys. Let's watch some protest coverage. I need to pee pretty bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the protest coverage. I'm going to let it play and I'm going to go pee and you guys are going to let me know if I miss anything. All right, let's go back to the beginning and enjoy.
Fight back, fight AIDS.
I'll be right back.
Act up, fight back, fight AIDS. Act up, fight back, fight AIDS. All right. Rise and resist. J.W. Walker. I am so proud to be your MC for this part of today's action. I got to know Mark through his work with Rise and Resist, but I've long respected his work for ACT UP, and I could not be happier than to be here as someone who has benefited from the work of ACT UP and someone who has been proud to march in these streets with Rise and Resist for the past 10,000 years. I'm going to start off by reading the mission statements of our two organizations and then talk a little bit about Mark Milano before I introduce our speakers. First off, can everyone hear me? Okay. ACT UP, the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, ACT UP, was founded in 1987 in New York City. It's a grassroots political group working to end the AIDS pandemic. The group works to improve the lives of people with AIDS through direct action, medical research, treatment and advocacy, and working to change legislation and public policies. United in anger and committed to direct action to end the AIDS crisis. Yes! ACT UP! Fight back! Fight AIDS! 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 All right. And now I'm proud to read the mission statement of Rise and Resist. It's a little bit longer. Rise and Resist was formed in response to the 2000.
Just so you guys know, there are no captions available for this, probably because it was live streamed earlier today.
2016 U.S. election. We're a nonviolent direct action group made up of both new and experienced activists committed to opposing, disrupting, and defeating any government, corporate, or other act that threatens democracy, equality, or our civil liberties. We work collaboratively, creatively, respectfully, and with all the joy we can muster for the health of the people and the planet. We reject state-sanctioned violence, bigotry, and systemic discrimination in all its forms, including those directed at people because of their disability, gender, identity expression, immigration status.
Doesn't that sound deeply familiar to what we just heard in the Chicago Teachers Union meeting? Where have I heard this before? Doesn't that whole thing of like, we reject all of these different oppressions, including the oppression of disabled bodies and blah, 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 and women and blah, blah, blah? Does anyone feel like this sounds like an episode of Deja Vu when we literally just heard this in the Chicago Teachers Union meeting and we spent about half an hour going through it meticulously? I bring this up to point out, this is in New York City. This is the ACT UP movement, which is completely different than Chicago, completely different than the Chicago Teachers Union, but their ideas are incredibly consistent. The left is incredibly consistent with the foundational ideas of their ideology. That's not to say there's anyone dictating on high, here is what we think, but they've done such a good job of integrating education and decentralized learning into what they do that the communists in New York City that are in the ACT UP movement have exactly the same ideas as the communists in Chicago who are part of the Chicago Teachers Union. It is the ideology. Once you understand that capitalism and abolishing capitalism is at the core of their ideology, everything else stems from that. They understand this. That is why their ideas are so consistent. The right does not understand this because the right has no consistency in their ideas at all.
Race, religion, sex, and sexuality. We condemn all the oppressive policies that define the current government regime. We strive to intentionally honor the complex challenges we face. Join us in fighting for justice. Rise and resist! Rise and resist! Rise and resist! Rise and resist! All right. I like to think that Mark is looking down, spreading his energy over us today. These two organizations meant so much to him. He dedicated his every able moment to doing the important work that these groups do. Today, we're going to have a number of activists from these organizations talking about the work that we are doing, the work that Mark has done, and the work that we need to do right now in this moment when a fascist autocracy has taken over our government and is putting the rich and powerful billionaires in charge of every aspect of American life. I'd like to call up our first speaker, someone who I have been proud to know for almost, 30 years. A powerful activist and advocate from Popular Democracy. Please welcome Jennifer Flynn Walker.
Hey everyone, welcome in. We are live in New York City.
Hey everybody.
Smash that like button, share this live stream. We'll be live for a few
The
hours
very
today.
best people are in ACT UP. And I mean that, not were in ACT UP. Because what ACT UP built doesn't belong to the history books. It belongs to us right now on this street, in this fight. That is the tradition that we stand in today. And I want to take a moment to honor one of the people that carried that tradition on his back when it would have been so easy, so many times, for him to rest and recover and take care of himself, and so easy to walk away, but he did not. Mark Milano. When ACT UP was at its height, Mark was there. And when the crowds thinned, when the meetings went from hundreds to dozens to a handful of people in the room, Mark was still there. He never left. He understood something that all of us in this work need to tattoo on our hearts. You don't fight because it's easy. You fight because it's right. That's right. Mark was at every protest, and when he was there, you knew he was there, because Mark Milano had the loudest voice in the room. Not just the biggest lungs, but the clearest, loudest moral vision. When Al Gore, then a presidential candidate, was working to prevent South Africa from importing life-saving generic AIDS medications to protect their pharmaceutical profits, Mark was the one who got in his face. Think about that. A man who wanted to be president of the United States was letting people die. Oh, wait. We understand that now. Yeah, that was shocking back then. There was waiting for letting other people die on a continent for a patent. And Mark Milano exposed that and said, not on my watch. And he succeeded. He disrupted then presidential candidate Al Gore's first campaign event, and he helped force a reversal. People in South Africa and around the world are literally alive today because Mark showed up loud and refused to back down. And I can still hear Mark Milano screaming louder than anyone else. ACT UP, fight back, fight AIDS. ACT UP, fight back, fight AIDS. Fight AIDS. My name is Jennifer Flynn Walker, and I'm the chief of the Fight Back team at Popular Democracy. We're a network of 48 of the most badass community organizations in this country. We come from different places, different fights, different front lines, but we're connected by a single belief that power doesn't give up anything without pressure, without disruption, without people like Mark Milano who stay in the room when the room gets small and raises their voice even when the powerful would rather not hear it. I had the honor of working very closely with Mark while I was at HealthGap, another organization that he dedicated his seemingly endless time to. He took the time to teach me the science behind HIV medications. He took the time to teach thousands and thousands of New Yorkers about HIV medications. And just last year, he called me up and he had a series of phone calls with me to teach me about the importance of investing in retirement funds because he was worried that I wouldn't have any money as I was getting older.
Okay, I just want to point something out. Does this sound like people who are being paid to protest? Does this sound like people who are being paid to do this? People who show up every day, regardless of whether there's a lot of people in the room or a few people in the room, people who take the time to make phone calls, to explain certain things, or to really make sure other people understand those things. Does this seem like someone who's literally just showing up for $15 an hour to protest, like conservatives would have you believe? I don't think it sounds like that. I don't think this sounds like people showing up for a minimum wage job. That's just me.
ACT UP taught us that the most radical thing you can do is to refuse to accept that people are disposable. Mark deeply believed that every single human being was worth fighting for, and he never stopped, even when his own illness made it difficult for him to do so. He showed up over and over, time and again. He put his body on the line. He called other activists to check in.
If you bothered to study the ACT UP movement before you came to run your mouth in my chat, you would understand that this was never about AIDS. It was about universal health care. It was about overthrowing the capitalist system so they can install universal health care. That's what the protest was really about. Go back and watch my content on the ACT UP movement and you'll understand that.
Gave up on any of us, and he never gave up on this fight. He was a proud media whore who reminded us that it is critical for everyone to hear every single thing that we have to say. Let us carry that lesson into the fight that we take on for housing, for healthcare, for workers, for immigrants, against ICE, for people in Gaza, for everyone in the system who the powers that be have decided don't count. A lot of people thought that ACT UP would go away, and it hasn't. We are here today. The powers that be, Donald Trump, MAGA, think and hope that we'll go away. We won't. The spirit of Mark Milano will not let us. Thank you to each and every one of you who are in the streets today. You matter, and I will fight for you like Mark fought for all of us. ACT UP! Fight back! Fight AIDS! ACT UP! Fight back! Fight AIDS! Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer Flynn Walker. One of the first major actions that Rise and Resist did was an action at the Trump International Hotel and Tower. Save Obamacare, Trump care makes us sick. It put us on the front pages of newspapers and websites all over the country because we took a powerful stand against him. Mark Milano was behind that action, and side by side with him was our next speaker, Mark Haney from Rise and Resist and from ACT UP.
Thank you, everybody, for being here today. My name's Mark Haney. I'm one of the leaders of the Rise and Resist Healthcare Action Group. And when we first set up the action group back in 2017, when the very first thing that the incoming Trump regime was working on at that time with their allies in Congress was to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act. And Mark knew what that would mean for people living with HIV/AIDS and for all people living with serious and chronic and life-threatening illnesses. So he organized this action in the Jean-Georges restaurant at the Trump International Hotel, where people went in on a Sunday brunch and ordered food and sat down, and at a certain point, they all stood up and started coughing. It was called a cough-in. And on the way out, they chanted the phrase, "Trump care makes us sick. Trump 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 care makes us sick." And he and the people who
Hans, I gotta say, Hans, when I saw you say this, I was like, has Hans turned retarded? I was like, I chose to ignore it. I was like, something's going on. I was like, that's not Hans. Hans knows better. I was like, okay, yep, you left out a word. Yep, happens to me all the time, bro.
undertaking the action, walked out to a crowd of 300 people and press that was being covered. And as Jay was saying, the coverage went all around the world. And this was even before they had taken office. It was before the inauguration. The next thing that Mark got involved with, there were many things, but I'm just going to cover a few of them. Working with Rise
I like
and
that everyone was
Resistance,
worried
he and a
about
few
Hans.
people somehow managed to get into the VIP visitors section.
This is
at the
like
Trump.
it's like the shibboleth. It's like the shibboleth. This is like the key to the kingdom. Like, if you guys are ever wondering if I've been kidnapped and replaced by like a reptilian or something, just ask me Karlyn, what is the left's definition of capitalism? And if I don't know the left's definition of capitalism, it's like there is something wrong. If someone ever, or maybe I'm trying to send you a secret code, like, Karlyn, if you're okay, tell us what the left's definition of capitalism is, and I say something stupid, and I say something that's not private property ownership, I'm trying to send you guys a secret code to say something is fucking wrong, you stupid motherfuckers. Like, so we know if someone like Hans is ever saying they're paid protesters, we're like, is this a secret code? Is Hans trying to send us a smoke signal of some sort? Has Hans been kidnapped? It's a code of duress. Yeah, it's a duress code.
Inauguration in 2017.
Yeah, when I stand with Israel,
at a certain point, they stood up and started yelling. I don't remember the chant because I wasn't there. But you elected a fascist. We all screamed. Oh, you elected a fascist. Okay, that's what he screamed, and it completely disrupted the proceedings. All the press sort of navigated there. I mean, that was one thing. Jennifer talked about Mark being a media whore. He absolutely knew how to grab the media's attention. And that was another event that happened. The third thing that he did was with us was once the machinations started in Congress to actually begin to repeal the Affordable Care Act, we launched the Save Our Healthcare campaign. And one of the things that we did is with a whole number of groups here in New York City.
What does this have to do with Palantir?
We did a action in front of the federal building downtown where the offices of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services exist for this region. They are the entity under Health and Human Services that manages and runs the Affordable Care Act marketplaces. So we did a Medicaid block grant vigil there where we literally built a wall, probably 6 feet high and maybe 8 or 10 or 12 feet long, of cardboard blocks that said Medicaid means, and different slogans, what it meant for people who had all kinds of things, what Medicaid does for people. Medicaid is the largest payer of healthcare for people living with HIV/AIDS, and always has been. So we did that, and again, we got lots of coverage because Mark's thing was we have to create a big, stunning visual. That's what attracts the media to come and cover what we're saying and doing. And another thing we did that Mark helped organize with Popular Democracy, Jennifer, I know you were very involved in this, was we did a 24-hour Save Our Healthcare vigil outside the Trump International Hotel at the corner of Central Park South. And we stayed there for 24 hours. And there were speakers that spoke on different topics. And again, that attracted a lot of media attention. We had a big coffin with candles all around it. A lot of focus on the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid. And the next thing that Mark helped organize with us was during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still underway. I want to remind people.
Remember, this was today. This was earlier today. the left does still believe that COVID-19 is a real thing and that the pandemic is still going on today. That's why they still require masks at their events. It's not to protect their identity. They literally do believe the COVID pandemic is still going on today. COVID is perpetual, just like the revolution.
Once it was during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still underway, I want to remind people, there was an effort, once the new vaccines had been developed, the wealthy nations were hoarding the vaccines and were backing up the drug companies who were refusing to suspend their patents so that people around the world could get the COVID-19 vaccine. So we created a campaign called Free the Vaccine.
Pandemica.
And we did a number of demonstrations here in New York City, particularly targeting the high-income companies that were backing up, like the United States and the Biden administration at that time, that were backing up the drug companies and backing up the patents and hoarding the vaccines. And so Mark created this gigantic syringe that must have been 6 or 8 feet long, made out of cardboard, that said on it, "Free the vaccine." And every time we carried that through the streets of New York here, we had doctors and nurses in scrubs that were carrying that prop. And again, it was a photo visual that went all around the world and got our message out. And then the last time I remember being with Mark in a protest was probably about 2-3 years ago, when the new Medicare prescription drug price negotiation program was starting to be enacted.
It's not really that okay. So they believe that all healthcare should be free. So they were actually probably really in favor of how the COVID vaccine got distributed because it was all free, available to everyone. Everyone could get a COVID vaccine. So it like they are critical of some aspects of the medical system, which is like, you know, supporting capitalism and making perpetual medical patients. But in this case, they were actually like in favor of it because ultimately what the ACT UP movement is about universal healthcare. It's about overcoming the oppressive nature of the capitalist healthcare system that charges money for things that should be free. They think all healthcare should be free. They think there should be no private insurance companies. And so they think that all medication, all vaccines, all trans-affirming surgery, all psychiatric drugs, all that stuff should be free. All abortion too, obviously.
By the then Biden administration. And the drug companies hired law firms to take them to court to try to say that the government negotiating drug prices for people on Medicare, which Mark was on Medicare, had gone on Medicare at that time, was a violation of the Constitution. And so there was a National Day of Protest where there were protests outside these law firms that were representing the plaintiffs, and some of the protests were outside drug company headquarters. So we held one. We happened to have one of those law firms. The name escapes me at the moment, but it was down in the World Financial Center, and we had a bunch of people there. We had banners and signs about protecting, lowering drug prices in this country, because as we all know, we here in the United States pay 2 to 3 times the amount for drugs than anywhere else in the world. We get ripped off royal by the drug companies. Every other country has a national healthcare program of some kind that negotiates those prices that are affordable for people who need the drugs. We are starting to do that now here in the U.S. under Medicare. So Jennifer talked a lot about Mark's qualities. I won't repeat that. He did have a booming voice. He was fearless and courageous, especially when he was confronted by opponents of whatever the cause was of the day. He was very knowledgeable about science and facts and the intersection between politics and public policy. He was often very obstinate when we were trying to work with him in a loving way, but more often than not, he was all always right in the end of what he was advising that we do. So I want to just one other thing that Mark worked on a lot was he led community-based
Look it.
HIV/AIDS.
Someone's got a sign in the background ripping Fauci. I don't know exactly what that sign says, but specifically someone in the background has a Fauci sign with, I promise you they're not fans of Fauci. So whoever said they should be protesting Fauci, they literally are. They are. They don't like Fauci. They never did. I hope we get to see what that sign says.
AIDS research here in New York City. It was not through the hospitals, it was through community-based organizations. He worked on what we called in the ACT UP movement back in the day, the Demand the Cure Project. So I just wanted to note that. So I'm going to want to lead us in a couple of chants and then we'll move on with our program. So
what does it say? Mark was a warrior in the important Yo! No fucking way. No, they aren't making fun of Anthony Fauci. Can someone look that up to see if that's a real quote? No fucking way. Anthony Fauci said Mark was a warrior in an important public health battle and I admired him greatly. No fucking way. I'm genuinely shocked. I am genuinely shocked. Holy shit. It takes a lot to surprise me, guys. I feel like I've seen everything. So Anthony Fauci, back in the day, at the peak of the ACT UP movement, Mark was a founder of the ACT UP movement. The ACT UP movement was like basically the first militant queer activism movement that really made a splash nationally. It was a militant far left queer activism movement. Is it a real quote? I mean, we're gonna have to find out at some point. But like, it would not have been out of the realm of possibility that Anthony Fauci back then would have known directly who Mark Milano was. And Anthony Fauci admired the ACT UP movement. Wow, that's wild. That is the most wild thing I've heard tonight. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to do some research into that. So basically, wow.
Save our health care! 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 The next one is end vaccine apartheid! 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 Another one is, we demand a cure. 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 And the last one, of course, is one that we all embrace, but was really near and dear to Mark's heart about universal health care. Health care for all. Health care for all. Health care for all. Health care for all. Health care for all! Health care for all!
Thank you, Mark. I was one of the people here who had the honor of attending Mark's wedding to his beloved Jerry. Time is meaningless since COVID, so I'll be damned if I can remember what year it was in. But their love shone through that evening. It was a beautiful thing to behold. And now I'm very happy to welcome Jerry up for this next portion of the rally.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jerry Valero. I'm Mark's husband and partner for the last 23 years. It was 2022. Mark said that after 20 years, we'd better get married, now that it was time. I did not prepare. I thought I was just going to mention his name, so I didn't prepare anything. I can't add to what others have already said about Mark. I'm overwhelmed by the outpouring of love, support, recognition that people have shared with us, for me, his family, since he passed in January. As I was listening to everyone, I hear the very public Mark Milano. He was everything that they said, but Mark was also very private. Had a private side to him and a very gentle side to him, and maybe that's the part that he shared with me. Mark was, in addition to the activism, Mark was an educator. He worked for ACREA, various AIDS organizations, and he took very special interest in the people
it seems as though people are having a hard time finding that Anthony Fauci quote. So what I'm betting is that sign might be a little bit of a parody, like a little bit of a jab at Fauci. Because again, if Anthony Fauci supported the ACT UP movement, that would be actually fucking crazy for anyone that understands the greater mise en scène of what's going on. It makes much more sense to me that they would have created that quote as a joke than that Anthony Fauci actually would have supported the ACT UP movement. That's just wild if that's true. Goro says over on Rumble, I could not find the Fauci quote. All I could find was the obituary. Thank you so much for looking into that, Goro. I appreciate the Rumble rant.
Would advise he would run seminars for people with AIDS who don't know how to talk to a doctor. He believed in empowering them so that they just don't accept what they're told. And late at night, people would call him. And Mark would always spend the time. He never wavered in sharing that part of him. To the very end, Mark wanted to be a part of the movement, the progressive movement, the movement to fight for rights, for human rights, whether it's AIDS, whether it's fighting a fascist government, which is discrimination. He was, at the end, dealing with cancer, but he said, as long as I can get out of my 5-floor walk-up apartment, I will walk down. And he was training, at the very end, to be an election monitor, poll watcher. And he went to classes. He was the only one in the class to attend, to be a poll watcher. Unfortunately, he couldn't go at the end. So I guess in our relationship, Mark was the activist. He was the one in the front of the lines. And I told him I am not a public person. I will be with you, but I will be at the back of the line. I will be in the march, but I will be in the back. I'm happy for you to be in the front, where he should be. But today he can't be here. So I'm speaking in his behalf. And I know the next part, I think, is a roll call. So in Mark's honor, again, first of all, thank you to ACT UP, thank you to Rise and Resist, to Jay, to Jen, to Mark, for this amazing tribute to Mark. And also to all the other heroes and warriors of the AIDS movement, ACT UP, Rise and Resist, and all the groups, community groups here. So to start off the roll call of heroes and warriors, I'm calling out the name of Mark Milano, present.
Look, she's got a watermelon on her hat. That's for Palestine.
I'm going to call out the names of some of our warriors that we've lost in recent years. And what I'd like for you all to do is to respond, we remember you.
Okay, we're going to fast forward through the reading of the names. We don't need to hear all the names. I just want to hear the speeches. This is forever.
Back to 1981 to 19. going to say that what we are going through in our government right now is like the worst acid flashback you've ever had in your life, back to 1981 to 1988, when we had another doddering old white man who didn't give a fuck about anything but his powerful friends controlling the fate and the destiny of this country. We needed ACT UP to come into existence then, because nobody else is going to fight for us. Now we're in a space where so many communities are under attack that it seems impossible to focus on everything. And so those of us who have been in this fight for treatment, for research, for access to medication, for vaccine development, here and around the world, we're going to have to redouble and retriple and requadruple our efforts, because they are trying to kill us. They are trying to kill us. They are trying to kill us.
Yo, Hans! What, Hans? Totally catching me off guard. Dropping 20 channel memberships like the membership fairy. W's in the chat to Hans. That's awesome, bro. Really appreciate the 20 channel memberships. Welcome. Uh-oh. My power is on. Is it my power or is it my light? God? What's going on? Why is my light off? What the fuck? Oh no! No, the light downstairs is on. All right, well, I'm in the dark, but you guys can apparently still hear what's going on. So let me just update the channel memberships here. Let me just update the channel memberships, gives Hans some credit. I am going to go and investigate if a fuse has blown in my basement. This is not my fault. A fuse may have blown in the basement. A fuse may have blown in the basement. Yeah, Doc Karlyn is here. Well, the light downstairs is still on, so this is just in my office. All right, I'm gonna turn off my camera and go investigate this. I'm gonna, yeah, exactly. The 20 minutes, they literally keeping the lights on over here. Okay, let me play this. I'll be right back.
I would like to invite up for the next portion, as we've done our piece of remembering these amazing warriors that we have lost. Now we're going to talk about the fight that we have before us and the fight that we are going to commit to. And I'd like to call up Eric Sawyer from ACT UP, Housing Works, the Health Gap, from everything. Eric Sawyer.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Eric.
How are you? I'm going to talk a little bit about something that Jay mentioned briefly, and that's the similarity between what we're going through now under this horrible Trump administration and what.
Basically, all I did was touch the light bulb and it came back on. That's it. All I had to do was touch the light bulb. It was like magic. It was like my Aries finger was like, there will be light. And I touched the light bulb and it came back on.
What we first experienced in 1987 in the Ronald Reagan administration. Like my AIDS shirt.
Vintage shirt.
It kind of called out how we thought he was a despicable thing that made us sick. So in 1987, that was 39 years ago, I got a call from my good friend Larry Kramer, who said to me, Eric, I need your help. I've just found out that the federal government has allocated $100 million for AIDS research funding, but only one drug, AZT, is in clinical trials. And there's a hiring freeze at the National Institute of Health that won't let them hire any researchers to oversee any clinical trials. They didn't want to actually mount an effective AIDS research. They just wanted to have a photo op and put out a press release to make people think they were actually going to do something about AIDS. That ain't right. Larry wanted to make the world aware of this. He said, we've got to create a civil disobedience group like the anti-war movement and start disrupting business as usual and impress upon the press that AIDS is a crisis, that it's spreading
So for people who've never studied the ACT UP movement with me, the reason that I say the ACT UP movement was like the precursor for militant queer activism today is it really was a highly organized mass leftist movement. They were all leftists that were out doing these mass acts of civil disobedience in churches, in very public places, in order to create disruption so that it would be covered on the news. And essentially, they wanted to disrupt all the systems that were upholding the current capitalist order. Because again, in this case, that what the ACT UP movement was really about, it was about a push for universal health care. That was actually the demand. And then they would go out, they would do these big stunts in churches, they would do these big stunts in like Times Square and stuff, just to create as much disruption as possible, to get as much attention as possible. So then they end up on the news, and then more people come and join their cause, et cetera, et cetera.
Africa and other places to heterosexuals. It's
Really?
increasing
Dr. Anthony Fauci supported the ACT UP movement. So, God damn it. Wow. Wow. Okay, Fauci supported queer Marxism. That's really great. That's great. That's great information. That's new information. Uh-huh.
astronomical rates every year, and in the gay community, half of us are going to be dead within a year or two if some treatments aren't developed to try to slow the development of AIDS. He said he was going to give a speech at the LGBT Community Center just over that big white building there, and he was going to call for a civil disobedience organization to be created, and wanted me to bring some friends together to go and stand up, raise our hands, volunteer to help him plan the first demonstration. And he already had it in mind that we would go to Wall Street and target the pharmaceutical companies.
And by the way, the fact that this memorial, and again, I don't know why Status Quo labeled this as a Palantir protest when obviously this is a memorial for like one of the founders of the ACT UP movement. The fact that this memorial is even happening shows you how influential the ACT UP movement is to this day. The fact that there are still all these people out wearing ACT UP shirts, carrying ACT UP signs. Anytime you see a pink triangle anywhere, that is a reference to the ACT UP movement. The ACT UP movement is hugely influential in far left organizing. There are so many different far left groups that take direct inspiration from what happened during the ACT UP movement. So I'm actually really thrilled that this is more about the ACT UP movement than it is about Palantir, because honestly, that's far more interesting to me. Because like it just actually demonstrates what I've been trying to explain to you guys, that the ACT UP movement is like, that is one of the key turning points of leftist activism in the United States. And most people don't even remember that it actually happened, but they still exist today. They're still doing these things today. There's still so many people involved today. You still see the symbology. They're still celebrating the initial heroes of the ACT UP movement. It's just like, it's huge. If you do not understand the ACT UP movement, you do not understand the current incarnation of the activist left in America. There is a literal ACT UP memorial in Seattle in Cal Anderson Park. I saw that in person when I was out there. They literally created an entire ACT UP memorial on the other side of the fucking country in Seattle, in the Antifa Park in Seattle. Do you think this guy referred to no. Oh, God damn it! What the fuck is wrong with my light? If my light doesn't fucking start working, I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna go fix the fucking light again. I will be right back.
As well as the U.S. government, because they were complicit in not doing any research to find treatments for AIDS. Now, you might ask yourself, why was this happening? Well, there's kind of three major reasons. The first one was that Reagan didn't give a shit about people. In a cabinet meeting, he was asked, shouldn't we be doing something about this HIV problem, this AIDS stuff? And his comment was, why? Aren't the right people dying? At that time, HIV was primarily in the US and in Europe, only affecting gay men, IV drug users, and sex workers. Those were expendable people in his viewpoint. The second reason is healthcare wasn't a priority for Ronald Reagan. What was? Just like Donald Trump, who doesn't give a shit about your healthcare. You see how he's going after our Medicare, Medicaid system, right? Just like Donald Trump, another big priority for Ronald Reagan was tax cuts for the rich. In 1981, he gave the biggest tax cut ever, primarily to the rich. At that time, the richest individuals paid up to 70% of their income in taxes. The Reagan tax cut in 1 year cut that rate to 50%, the second year to 38%, the third year to 28%. Huge tax cuts, just like this big, beautiful bill. Congress. Exactly. That's true. That was with a Democratic Congress. Thanks for pointing
Much
that out.
brighter light now.
And how did he want to spend
much brighter
that
light now?
money that he was, well, we know he wanted to give the tax.
I basically just have an emergency workaround in which a significantly brighter light is now being used for. I didn't even realize I had this light. This light would have actually been really helpful that time I was on Fox News and they were all pissed off about my lighting and then they made me look green. They put some sort of weird fucking filter on me that made me I didn't even realize I fucking had this light. The things you learn when things go wrong. The things you learn. Victor, is there a light bulb? It's okay. I can use this for right now. We can figure it out later. Or you can just give it here, give it to me, and I'll figure it out later.
I think it's the same size.
Okay. I'll look into it after the stream. I'll just use this one for right now, even though it's really bright and stupid. Thank you. Appreciate it. So if you guys want to know what I look like with extra light, see, now no one's on the internet is going to be able to accuse me. Karlyn, you're doing weird filters and stuff. No, I'm not. This is what I look like. This is what I look like right here. Anyway. Light problem solved for the moment, professional YouTuber. This is a perfect excuse to wear a new pair of sunglasses. That's a really good point, Seeker. That is a really good point. That is a really, 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 really fantastic. I might even have to wear a darker pair. Might even have to wear. That's actually pretty rad right there. That's good.
Tax cuts to the rich so they didn't have to give us as much money. But he also did dramatic budget cuts to the federal budget.
Let's do the new one. Let's do these.
He cut social services. He didn't want to hear anything about education
there we
or
go.
anything that provided services to the rich.
That's it.
But
right
what
there.
did he do?
Star Wars.
He increased the Department of Defense budget from under $350 billion a year to over $600 billion. So from under $350 billion to over $600 billion, almost doubled the defense budget, just like our brilliant leader in Washington now. Now, you know that we started ACT UP to try to create a sense of urgency and let the general public know that something had to be done about the AIDS response.
You think I don't have
and
those?
we were pretty effective in creating a global AIDS response. When we started looking in 1990 at global AIDS funding, the only funding that was coming out of the U.S. government was USAID funding. And it was $116 million.
What the other ones right now, though?
We fought for generic AIDS drugs to be produced because part of the reason why that budget was so small is the federal government would only spend money on prevention. And we knew that prevention and treatment were inseparable. And to mount an effective AIDS response, people had to get first access to opportunistic infection drugs. Like TB, like KS, like
there you
the
go.
AIDS pneumonia, like thrush.
Mirror.
Things to treat malnutrition and wasting illnesses, because those were the things that were killing people with AIDS. And the treatments for most of those things were old drugs that were generic and really cheap. The only antiretroviral drugs that were developed at that time, when we started in '87, only AZT, came on the market shortly thereafter. It was followed with 2 or 3 other D drugs, DDI, D4T, DDC. But none of those drugs were being sold or were available in the developing world because they cost as much as $10,000 per person for 1 year's supply. And so we fought for generic AIDS drugs. And Mark and others have talked about the fight against Al Gore, who was helping to prevent
That's
South
awesome,
Africa
Reagan. Well done. I feel like I know that. I feel like you told me that before, and I probably just didn't like face on it at the time. But
that would allow
that's
their
awesome. That's really
robust
good news.
generic AIDS drug or their robust generic pharmaceutical industry from issuing a compulsory license to develop generic AIDS drugs.
Yeah, I feel like
So
I remember
we
seeing
made
that
that
too.
kind of the center of our rallying cry against the U.S. government's refusal to allow generic AIDS drugs to be produced, and chased Al Gore all over the country with chants of Gore's greed kills.
So you're telling me the far left queer activists that were the militant activist movement that basically created queer Marxism, you're telling me they didn't like Bill Clinton and Al Gore? You're telling me these far left activists were chasing Bill Clinton and Al Gore all over the country, basically protesting their events? You don't say.
AIDS drugs for Africa. We got generic AIDS drugs, and by working with Congress, we helped issue an error where George Bush II came up with the PEPFAR program, the President's Emergency Preparedness Funds for the AIDS Response. That's considered to be the most successful global development and global health program ever. We got the funding that was only around $100 million, 116, before George W. Bush, and subsequent to the announcement of PEPFAR, that funding has gotten up to be over $7 billion a year. It also got more than 26 million people on AIDS drugs around the world, and dramatically reduced the number of AIDS deaths and new infections every year. It built health infrastructure. It also distributed PrEP, which dramatically reduced new infections. But what did Elon Musk, Marco Rubio, and Donald Trump do within the first few months of their administration?
Killed people.
They killed PEPFAR. This highly popular $7 billion program that we fought really hard to get was killed by them in a matter of months. And we started doing a lot of demonstrations, and we got Congress to support restoring those funds. But what has Trump, Rubio and company done? They've refused to allow those funds to be allocated. They refused to let those funds be spent, even though the funds were restored by Congress, and the federal courts have said that they have to release those money so people can get access to those drugs. Well, right now, we have a situation where Trump, as you know, wants to continue funding war. And just as a comparison of his out-of-line priorities, The Guardian released an article that said that the war in Iran is costing around $12.7 billion a day. Exactly. And they killed a program that was $7 billion a year that was providing 26 million people a year with treatment. And that shows how out of sync their priorities are, how much we have to go to the streets to do just what that chant is saying. Demand that money be spent for health care, not for ICE. Demand that money be spent for AIDS care and not for
They
war.
want universal health care. They want no private doctors, no private insurance. They want all health care to be public, all medicine to be public, all surgery to be public, all psychiatric care to be public, all psychiatric drugs to be public, all gender affirming care for minors or adults to be public, all abortion to be public. They want universal health care. That is what they want. It's not about drugs. This is about overthrowing the capitalist medical industrial complex and instead implementing an entire public option with no private option.
And we hope that you will join the activists that are continuing to do demonstrations to try to get those funds released and spent, and join us in trying to help to fight to restore PEPFAR. Thank you very much.
Money for healthcare, not for warfare. Money for healthcare,
not for warfare.
Money for healthcare,
not for warfare.
Money for healthcare,
not for warfare.
All right. Thank you, Eric. Next up, I would like to invite Valerie Jimenez Reyes from Housing Works.
Ooh, Housing Works. With a pink triangle. Housing Works.
Hello, hello.
And a pink triangle shirt.
Hi, everyone. I am Valerie Reyes Jimenez.
Pop quiz. How is an organization called Housing Works related to the ACT UP movement? I don't know what Housing Works does, but I can take a guess. How is an organization like Housing Works related to the ACT UP movement, do you guys think? The ACT UP movement is a militant leftist movement about universal health care. Housing Works obviously has to do with housing, free housing, because landlords and property ownership is a form of capitalism. Housing is a human right. And so they don't like landlords. They want to abolish all landlords, probably a tenants' rights group of some sort. They want to abolish landlords. They want to abolish private property ownership. Capitalism is private property. Bro, literally, okay, I need to play the video. You're starting to mouth off now and you're starting to talk back to people who know better than you. I need you to pay close attention to this informational video.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
The best thing you can do is shut the fuck up and listen to people who know better than you. And I promise average person knows fucking better than you do, because average person has been undercover with far left groups long term that you don't even fucking know exist. So shut the fuck up and listen to people who know better. The connection between a housing organization and the ACT UP movement is that both of those movements want to overthrow capitalism. Capitalism being private property ownership. The ACT UP movement wants universal access to all healthcare. That's abolishing private doctors, abolishing the medical industrial complex that only exists for profit as they see it. Private property also has to do with land ownership, housing ownership, and of course, apartment ownership, landlords. They hate landlords. Landlords are the enemy. Probably a tenant rights groups of some sort.
I am the city organizer with Housing Works, and I stand before you today as a survivor. If you didn't know, Housing Works was born of ACT UP. It came out of the Housing Committee, and that was in 1990, and I walked through their doors in 1991. I want to thank Eric Sawyer, Jenny Schubert, Charles King, and Keith Kyler for opening those doors. And because they decided to do something about it instead of waiting for them to do something about it, I had somewhere to go, and I found people who cared. I've been living with HIV since 1981. I had an AIDS diagnosis in 1989. So yes, even women got AIDS back then at that time. And my son was 1. My daughter was 6, and now they're 38 and 43. So not only that, they told me I wasn't going to see my son turn 2, right? But I am a grandmother of a 23-year-old and a great grandmother of a 9-month-old. So, in 1992, I took my first international trip with ACT UP, and I heard old-timer Alden McKee. He had been HIV positive for a handful of years, and he said that he was a long-term survivor. I had to ask what that meant, but once I learned what a long-term survivor was, I knew that that's what I wanted for myself. So just recently, on March 12th, I celebrated 61 years of life, right? Every birthday, I love birthdays, but I love mine especially, right? And every birthday feels like I'm saying a big fuck you to the virus and to all of my haters. So if you're my hater, I thank you very much. You helped me stay here. So I will tell you, and big fuck you to the government this year, right? So science has kept me alive. Medical advances have kept me alive. Medicaid kept me alive for decades. And your hope and your support have kept me alive. But budget cuts will not keep me alive or will keep any of you alive. War won't keep any of us alive. A government that doesn't give a damn about us and will not keep us alive. Right now, changes to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act are threatening health coverage for people living with HIV and those that are most vulnerable. H.R. 1 represents one of the largest cuts in U.S. history. An estimated 15 million people could be left uninsured. And that includes hundreds of thousands of people with the virus. And we know what that means. Interruptions in antiretroviral treatments, reduced access to PrEP, lower viral suppression rates, destabilized providers, rising costs, more lives at risk, more HIV deaths, and that ain't right. That ain't right. So
is there a film that represents communism as reality that an early college-age person might resonate with? I mean, I wrote a book. I wrote a book called The Communist Manifesto: A Revolutionary Fairy Tale. That represents communism as a reality that a young person might be interested in. I've often thought that book should be taught in schools. I doubt it ever will be, but it should be. Yeah, 1984. Yeah, duh. 1984. 1984. Brave New World, maybe. Logan's Run. The Giver. What other dystopian movies? Yeah, you can find the book on redmenacepress.com or just find it on Amazon. Just look me up on Amazon. It'll come right up. The Communist Manifesto: A Revolutionary Fairy Tale.
Numbers are incredible. They're like,
you can also find 1984 on Amazon too. Yeah, the never-ending story. Yeah, never-ending story.
To Medicaid over 10 years. Not a B, not a M, not a B, but a T. Trillion. 7.5 million people will lose Medicaid. 10 to 11 million people will lose health insurance.
Yep.
1.2 trillion spending cuts in Medicaid and SNAP. about 500 billion would it be Medicare cuts. So if you're getting older like me, guess what we got to look forward to? 150 billion defense spending increase. 375 billion. Listen, I don't want no more numbers. Y'all can all Google this. You can figure all this out. It's bad news, right? We've made so much progress, and we will not stand by and have it dismantled and taken away. But let me tell you something. My track record and your track record up until this point, up until this very moment, is 100%. And it's 100% because we've survived every goddamn thing life has thrown at us so far, right? And this fight is not over. Many of us are older, I speak for myself, and have begun to pass the baton on to our younger comrades. We need you to continue to mourn the dead and to fight like hell for the living. That's right. There is something spreading across this country, something really dangerous, something really sick. There is a cancer growing, and it must be cut out before it metastasizes out of control. Period. The end. I was always told, be a good girl. You know, girls don't fight. Just, Well, guess what? I was also told that if you get bullied and you get hit and you don't hit back, you're a goddamn fool. And I was going to get my ass kicked at home, right? So I learned how to stand up and fight back.
True.
And that's what I've been doing. And that's what I'm going to keep on doing until I can't fight anymore. We are not going back to those dark days because we'll march, we'll fight, and I'll see all of y'all in the streets.
When our healthcare is under attack, what do we do?
Yeah, don't fight back.
Okay, now, today, on this 39th anniversary of ACT UP, we are going back to the original response to that call and response. It didn't start out stand up, fight back. How did it start, ACT UP veterans? Say that again.
ACT UP, fight back.
When our health care is under attack, what do we do?
ACT UP, fight back.
When our health care is under attack, what do we do?
ACT UP, fight back.
When our health care is under attack, what do we do?
ACT UP, fight
When
back.
our health care is under attack, what do we do? ACT UP, fight back. That's right. All right. Thank you. ACT UP, fight back. I'd like to call up Maxima from Make the Road.
Who is this?
Wow. Thank you very much. Guess what? I'm a survivor too.
Max?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And thanks to
Maxima. Well, you know what Tommy always says. If it has an apple, it has a banana. Words of wisdom from Tommy.
every single of you been fighting for many, many, many decades. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Maxima. And today I have come representing the Trans Immigrant Project Committee of Make the Road, New York. Let's us emphasize that the current number of people living with HIV worldwide has, as of this moment, surpassed 40 million, with 1.3 million new infections in 2024 alone. We denounce that the absolute negligence shown toward individuals who are HIV positive, and we know that many have died while in custody of these national security and immigration enforcement agencies. Security for whom? Only for them, because we are subjected to discrimination, intolerance, xenophobia, and racism. They are fully intentional on destroying the diversity that is emblematic
for a city like New York and a country like United.
Are you fucking serious, bot? Bot, if it has an apple, an Adam's apple, if it has an apple, it has a banana. I'll let you figure out what a banana is in reference to. If it has an apple, it has a banana, bot. The things I have to explain on my fucking channel. The things I have to break down. I have a PhD in psychology. I literally have a fucking PhD in psychology, and it's 11 o'clock at night on a Saturday, and I'm explaining that if it has an apple, it has a banana means if it has an Adam's apple, it has a penis. That's just the type of service I provide to you guys on Socialism Saturday. You're welcome.
States of America. The systematic abuse against LGBTQI+ and HIV positive individuals in ICE and CBP custody is unnecessary, inappropriate, inhuman, and indeed, it's illegal. No, that is not right, that even while we are trying and going through the process of regularization of our immigration status, we are harassed in the courts and waited for outside of our front doors. ICE agents have become human hunters who seek out their prey based on color, accent, and appearance. Shame on them. Companies like Palantir help make this happen through billions of dollars of government funding that could instead be used for things like healthcare and other social services that help people instead of hurting them. That's right! And they hurting us, of course. We demand justice. We demand respect. We demand dignity. Together, the government, health entities, and the population, we can definitely eradicate this epidemic forever. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maxima. And what Maxima said could not be more true. They are creating villains, fake villains in trans people, in immigrants, and queer people, and poor people, so that they can rob the middle class and take that and give all of that money to the Epstein class that is building these detention facilities.
The Epstein class is code for the capitalist class, the bourgeois, the oppressors. All right, guys, I think we might wrap this up. I think, you know what, that we watched about an hour of this. I think that's good. We had a full Socialism Saturday. It's about 11 o'clock. People are starting to teeter off. And so I think that is, my light has exploded on the stream. I had to turn on a much brighter light. I now have to wear sunglasses in my own office because it's way too fucking bright in here now. I'll tell you that. I'm going to go find another light bulb stat. But I'm going to wrap up Socialism Saturday, guys. I really do appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Thank you so much, Kate, for the super chat. Citizen X. Citizen X is that's actually a good idea. That's not a bad movie. It shows how communism state will hide everything from the Gen Pop when they should be fully informed, control the narrative. That is a great suggestion. Thank you, Kate, for that super chat. Really do appreciate it. Guys, I want to remind everyone that we do have our webinar tomorrow at 5 p.m. about infiltrating the No Kings protest. You can sign up on the Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats and channel memberships tonight. I really do appreciate it. We brought in 126 new members of the YouTube channel, and that's awesome. So make sure you're taking advantage of your benefits. Tomorrow, we are doing movie night in my supporter Discord. We are watching Crawl at 8 p.m. This is a Jennifer pick, so it's not my fault if you don't like it. So join us for Crawl tomorrow at 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord. I will be posting out the supporter Discord link tomorrow, like afternoon sometime, probably after the webinar and stuff like that. So if you're not yet in it, you can find that information in the post tab on YouTube or in the chat on Substack tomorrow. And come and join us for movie night. We do them every Sunday and every Monday. And again, the webinar is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And I will see you guys then. Thank you guys so much for being a great class for tonight. I really do appreciate it. Thank you again for all the super chats, all the channel memberships. You guys allow me to do what I do, and I cannot thank you enough. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.